Is anything happening today in Chicago baseball? Oh yeah, everything. Welcome to Bases Loaded. I'm Layla Rahimi, and thank you for joining me for 30 minutes of nothing but baseball as we lead you to the Cubs and the Pirates from Pittsburgh. Bob Nightingale joins us to discuss his report about Robin Ventura, and Theo Epstein is locked down. The long-awaited extension is here. The Cubs announced that President of Baseball Operations Theo Epstein has agreed to a 5-year extension to remain with the club. And our Patrick Mooney reports that the extensions are also in the works for Jed Hoyer and Vice President Jason McLeod. So let's welcome in the man of the hour. It is Cubs President of Baseball Operations, Theo Epstein. Thank you for joining us. And what, if any, was your level of concern with getting this deal done? Because Cubs fans and media had been wondering about this extension for months.
Yeah, there was zero concern. Tom Ricketts took me out to dinner in spring training, and we had a great conversation in which he basically told me, there's no one else he'd rather have, and I basically told him there's nowhere else I'd rather be, and I was going to keep showing up for work whether we had a contract or not. So it stemmed easily from there, and we sat down, had 2 or 3 quick conversations throughout the year, and just got it done.
Well, take me through the process of how an extension goes down with you, who's used to being the negotiator, and now you're the one being negotiated with. Of course, I know you have representation as well, usually in these things.
Yeah, no, did not have any representation, and that's what makes it a little bit different. It's, not always the most comfortable thing in the world to step up and try to advocate for yourself when the players are the most important people in the organization, and they're going out there and playing. Some of them don't have contracts beyond this year. But in the end, we just I really wanted to wait until we had accomplished everything that we could possibly accomplish in the regular season, and then we got it done quickly. And this is where I wanted to be. So and I think Tom was happy with the results the last 5 years. We have a great working relationship, so it was not awkward at all.
Saving money on commission is never a bad thing. Now, Tom Ricketts said this was something that was going to be announced earlier, but unfortunately, because of Jose Fernandez's death, the club had to push back the news. How did that take place?
Yeah, obviously our hearts go out to Jose's family and the Marlins organization, and it was just a dark day around baseball on Sunday, and it would not have been appropriate or respectful at all for us to follow through with the announcement. So we just decided to wait a few days. But even today, on the day of his memorial service, our hearts are with him in Miami. A terrible loss for baseball, for his family, and for the Marlins. The dark day for baseball.
Absolutely. I think it's hanging over everyone probably until the season ends at least. Now, organizations and fans like to see teams' leaders in place for a considerable amount of time. It indicates stability. So what message does you being with the Cubs indicate for at least another 5 years?
Well, I think at the Cubs right now there is tremendous strength and stability, and that's a reflection of the hard work of hundreds of people. I'm the one getting the extension today, but all of our scouts, all of our player development people, Joe Madden, his coaching staff, our players, everyone throughout the organization, the front office, the business side, led by Crane Kenny, everyone contributed, and there's been a lot of teamwork, there's been a lot of trust, there's been a lot of transparency, and because of that, some good things have happened, and I think this is a great place to be right now. I'm not the only one who wants to be here. I think we have a lot of great things that await for us, and our greatest challenges lie ahead of us. We need to find a way to win 11 games in October and give our fans what they've been waiting for a long time. So I hope it indicates, the strength and stability of the organization, and that there are a lot of good things ahead for the next 5 years.
Well, glad to hear it got done. Theo, congratulations. And President of Baseball Ops until at least 2021. We thank you again for the time.
Thanks for having me. Appreciate it.
Well, good news all around. Here's Joe Madden's lineup facing Pirates righty Jamison Taillon. Dexter Fowler is in center. Then you've got Chris Bryant, Anthony Rizzo, Ben Zobrist, Jason Hayward over in right. Addison Russell at short. Chris Coughlin is in left. Miguel Montero is batting eighth. He is catching for Jake Arrieta. Coughlin went 2 for 4. They 3-run triple last night and is batting .423 over his last 10 games. And here's Joe Madden on his starter this evening, the reigning Cy Young winner.
This might sound nuts, but I think he might be peaking at the right time. Based on what I saw the other day, and we'll see what happens tonight. his numbers are wonderful. There's so many guys who would love to have his numbers this year, but we still know that it wasn't quite as good as it had been last year. But the last start, in particular, really indicated to me that maybe he's figuring some stuff out right now. I think tonight will tell us where we're at with all that, but you have another moment like that, he might be peaking at the right time, whereas last year, we got through the early part and then eventually ran out of gas. He might be like, have a lot of fuel in the tank this year. So let's see how it plays. I'm curious, eager to watch this all tonight.
The Cubs' win last night improved them to 14-3 against the Pirates this season, and their turnaround in the last 2 years has shown against their division opponents. After finishing 46-30 in the Central last season, the Cubs are 48-23 in the division this year. The Cubs have one more in Pittsburgh tomorrow before the season-ending series in Cincinnati.
So let me introduce Ken Williams, the White Sox general manager, and Robin Ventura, the 39th manager in White Sox history.
It was nearly 5 years ago when the White Sox stunned the baseball world by hiring Robin Ventura as Ozzie Guillen's replacement. The Sox finished 85-77 in his first season, 3 games behind the division champion Tigers. But it has been somewhat downhill from there, and unless the Sox win out, they will finish with a losing record for the 4th straight season. And according to a report by USA Today's Bob Nightingale, the team wants to bring Ventura back next season if he wants the job. Nightingale now joins us on the phone. And Bob, take me through the discussion regarding Ventura, the idea being that they would further discuss his return to the team as manager if he wants to return.
Yeah, that's exactly right, Layla. I mean, they want him back. They decided internally that they want him back for 2017. The question is, does he want to? And they're not sure he wants to. They, just kind of dropped a couple of hints that he wasn't 100% sure he wants to continue managing. They got into a bad stretch, obviously being up in the press and fans and things like that. So the decision ultimately rests with him on whether he wants to come back.
This is obviously somewhat stunning news, Bob, to a lot of White Sox fans who didn't think it would be in Ventura's hands. So in your opinion, how likely is it that he comes back to the White Sox?
I would think he would, unless he's just so beat up by everything that's happened to him, Layla. I would think he thinks that, hey, we're close, we're not far away, let me be the guy to do it. Now, if the White Sox decide they want to rebuild during the winter and they're going to trade some of their big trade chips like Chris Sale, then maybe he thinks, I don't want to be part of it. I want to go through a few more years of losing and steps away. So it may depend, as well as just what the White Sox plans are this winter.
Yeah, it's a natural follow-up. This has been such an up-and-down season. We saw such a good start out of them. And then the term rebuild has been brought up so many times over the course of the year. So if they keep Ventura, what direction do you think this team will then ultimately take in the offseason?
Yeah, then, if they want to rebuild, then I think they're going to listen to everything on Chris Sale, and do that. And if Ventura decides he doesn't want to come back, then, they said they haven't discussed who would come in or who they like, whether it's going to be, Rick Rennery, who's on the staff, or some young manager to help develop young kids. But they said it hasn't reached that point. All they decided was they want Ventura back. Now let's see what he wants to do.
Very interesting stuff for sure. USA Today's Bob Nightingale, thank you for taking the time.
My pleasure. Thank you.
Now, we will have more from Pittsburgh on Theo Epstein's extension and the idea that more are on the way. Our Cubs beat writer Patrick Mooney joins us live. And Jake Arrieta makes his final start of the regular season tonight here on CSN. We have first pitch in just over 20 minutes from Pittsburgh. More Bases Loaded is next.
Clean up faster and easier with help from Libman. Choose from a large angle broom that's great for corners or this easy-to-wring Wonder Mop. Right now, both are only $6.99 each. Add flexible storage to any room with Dakota shelving. Pre-finished shelf boards make it easy to create your own custom storage space. 15 3/4 inch deep by 8-foot square edge shelves are just $9.99 after rebate. Find this and more during Menards Made in the USA sale.
Save big money at Menards.
It's
starts with the low Fields price, and then we include all of the Fields amenities at no extra charge.
I'm not overpaying for my vehicles. I'm getting great customer service and great amenities at Fields.
A low price and a whole lot more, like our Fields amenities that include free loaners, free car washes, and our Fields cafes.
It's not about the word free, it's the way they deliver it and what they deliver.
We simply treat people the way we want to be treated. It's a commitment to our customers we made long ago. Fields matters because you matter.
Pat Hughes reporting from Wrigleyville Sports, where the excitement is building. Devin and Colin are choosing caps from the enormous wall of hats. Check out that selection. Chris and Tony are sporting new home jerseys with the blue pinstripes, blue hats, and sleeves. Get these ball players some trousers. Katrina is eyeing a new sweatshirt. She wants to be ready for the postseason. Across the street from Wrigley Field, Wrigleyville Sports is your one-stop shop for everything Cubs. Open 7 days a week or anytime at WrigleyvilleSports.com.
We are the Coors Brewing Company, and our mountain is brewing the world's most refreshing beer. A beer proud enough to wear our name in big, red, scripted letters. That's why we lager, filter, and package cold. Because we believe every climb deserves a refreshing finish. Whatever your mountain, climb on.
And we are confident that our new president of baseball operations will lead us to that day. And with that, I'd like to introduce Theo Epstein.
It truly is an honor and a privilege to join such a special organization. To me, baseball is better with tradition. Baseball is better with history. Baseball is better with fans who care. Baseball is better in ballparks like this. Baseball is better during the day. And baseball is best of all when you win.
Well, guess what? 5 more years of that. Epstein was introduced 5 years ago as the Cubs president of baseball operations, and today he got 5 more years to remain in the same position, staying in place until 2021. And more front office extensions are reportedly on the way. Let's go to Pittsburgh, and that is where we find our Patrick Mooney standing by. Patrick, we thought we would be talking about the fight for the remaining roster spots on the Cubs playoff roster, but instead we have news of a new deal for the core of the front office. What is the state of Cubs baseball operations now versus where it was 5 years ago when they hired Epstein?
Yeah, Leila, I mean, this has kind of been there have been some difficult moments, but, when you look at the big picture, it's really been a perfect marriage between Chairman Tom Ricketts and Theo Epstein, in that, Theo was the only guy who could come in here with the credibility to do what they've done, kind of a complete tear down, and losing and accumulating those draft picks. And certainly, the Cubs couldn't afford to let Theo walk away and become the highest paid executive in the game somewhere else. And from Theo's perspective, he sat down there, kind of the first of a series of 4 meetings with Ricketts beginning in spring training, and admitted that, there's nowhere else he wants to go, and that it would get awkward because he would just keep showing up for his job in November if they didn't reach a new deal. And one of the things that was important to Theo was kind of taking care of his lieutenants. Jed Hoyer will be getting a new 5-year contract. Jason McLeod, who will be getting an extension to also run through the 2021 season and kind of keep the band together. And I think, as Theo comes to Chicago and kind of, hits the reset button and feels a sense of renewal, it's because he's surrounded by people he trusts. Jed has responsibilities to talk with other GMs and other agents and kind of make deals and, take some of the load off of Theo's shoulders. And, Jason McLeod is someone that he's known since they were both starting out their careers in San Diego. And I think when they first got to Wrigley, Theo called Jason one of the rarest commodities in baseball, an impact evaluator of talent, and he's been a hot name on the GM circles for years now. He interviewed for the Twins job that he's not going to get. I'd expect that to continue. But for now, there's this really strong sense of stability around the Cubs, and that's something that had been missing if you look over the course of franchise history.
Yeah, that stability is so key. And then you mentioned McLeod, which a lot lot of people thought he was going to be the next GM in baseball, essentially. So now that this stability is here, is this the last piece of that puzzle as far as the process is concerned?
Well, I think, this is kind of part of, Theo's calculus beyond the kind of the comfort level that he feels in Chicago. I mean, he wasn't going to sit through those 100-loss seasons and let someone else kind of walk in and take all the credit. And, Theo was asked today about his comments when he first came to Chicago, kind of his rationale for leaving Boston. Bill Walsh, the NFL, college football, West Coast offense legend. This idea of, 10 years in one place is enough, that it's good to start over somewhere else after that. Theo doesn't know if this is going to be his last contract with the Cubs. Certainly, if his only focus is winning that World Series here, and then kind of reassessing, because he's still, really kind of, at this midpoint of his life and has a lot of other, outside interests and a young family. But that's kind of for down the road. And, certainly looking at the Cubs, whether or not they win this year or not, there's this potential for a dynasty on the north side. And certainly, Theo, wants to be there and see it through to see if that can happen.
Well, Patrick Moody, thank you for the info and the perspective from PNC Park. We look forward to your updates on Twitter and online during the game.
Thank you.
The Cubs bolstered their starting rotation with John Lester and John Lackey the last two off seasons and have created Cy Young winner Jake Arrieta and now candidate Kyle Hendricks. So who should the playoff rotation be? David Kaplan and Todd Hollinsworth give us their thoughts on the rotation for the Division Series.
If I can't stand up on my own, don't make me stand alone. Lift me up so I can see the light. When the sun goes down, I will lay in your arms tonight. Don't be afraid, your heart's been repaid.
Hi, how can I help you?
I got this. We're looking for something safe and spacious, has a rear view camera, and streaming audio for me to get my jam on.
How about a Honda CRV? Named Kelley Blue Book's KBB.com Best Buy for 2016.
My work here is done.
Get a great deal on the Honda CRV, named the Kelley Blue Book's KBB.com Best Buy for 2016. Only at the Honda Take Home a CRV sales event.
You just used your phone to binge watch an entire season of your favorite show. Your family's wireless data plan is on the brink. It's time to take extreme measures. Or you could get the shows you love data-free. Introducing Data-Free TV, only from AT&T. Now you can watch DirecTV on your devices anywhere without using your data. Switch to AT&T Wireless and stream DirecTV data-free.
When I have an asthma attack, I feel scared. Sometimes my parents have to take me to the hospital. I feel like a fish with no water.
You know how to react to their asthma attacks. Here's how to prevent them. Call 1-866-NO-ATTACKS. Visit www.noattacks.org or call your doctor. Because even one attack is one too many.
Attention patients who were treated with a drug from the antibiotic group known as fluoroquinolones, or FLQs. If you or a loved one took the antibiotic Levaquin or Avalox prior to March 1st, 2014, and then suffered an aortic dissection, aortic aneurysm, or peripheral neuropathy, your voice deserves to be heard. Call the Rely On Group at 800-236-1832.
Has been all year. This may be the best he's been so far. No through 6 for Hendricks. Swing and a miss. He's through 7. Left-hander John Lester gets set tonight. Here's a 1-2. Called strike 3. So Lester advances side, cuts and goes, 3-2 swing and a miss on a slider, and the inning is over.
John Lackey earned his 11th win of the season last night in his final regular season appearance, and tonight reigning Cy Young Award winner Jake Arrieta makes his last start before the playoffs. The Cubs arguably have the deepest rotation in all of baseball, which leads to a good problem. Who should be in the rotation in the NLDS? We turn to David Kaplan and Todd Hollinsworth.
So as Joe Madden and Chris Bosio crunch the numbers, Theo and Jed weigh in. Who should the playoff rotation be when October 7th rolls around at Wrigley for Game 1 of the National League Division Series? We have our expert, Todd Hollinsworth. How would you set up this pitching rotation?
Well, let's say this right off the top. We've got 5 great selections. We know we can only use 4 guys, typical in the postseason, but all of them have had such good years. You could probably put this in and feel pretty comfortable whichever way you want to go. We're going to start with the top right here. This makes the most sense. John Lester's had that type of season. He's getting the ball in Game 1 for me. Not only has he had an incredible year, and he's obviously up for the Cy Young Award, he's pitching really, really well right now. .54 ERA. Over his last 7 starts, 6-0. He's dominated at Wrigley Field. He's dominated on the road. The one thing that I look at is all his pitches are working right now. He is in a great spot against lefties, against righties, and it really doesn't matter who you're putting him up against. He gets the ball in Game 1.
Regardless of opponent.
Regardless of opponent. There's nothing there that tells you that there's some favoritism on one way or the other. He's actually been that good all season long against just about everybody. So, number 2, here's the one that's interesting. Kyle Hendricks is going to get the ball for me in Game 2. Now, I think some people might be surprised. You say, who's the toughest guy to hit? Well, I've said it all season long. Jake Arrieta is still that guy.
The most uncomfortable at bat in the game.
Most uncomfortable at bat in the game. But Kyle Hendricks has absolutely dominated at Wrigley Field. Listen to this. 9-2 with a 1.32 ERA at Wrigley Field with a whip of .86. In 95 innings at Wrigley Field this year, only 14 walks, 4 homers allowed. That is absolutely outstanding. He's been really good on the road, but what he's done at Wrigley Field is otherworldly right now. He's pitching at home for me. He's getting the ball in Game 2. Now, Game 3, I think makes the most sense. We know who our reigning Cy Young Award winner is, Jake Arrieta. The thing about Jake is that the splits don't tell you a whole lot. I mean, in that, he's pitched really, really well at home, and he's pitched well on the road. Now, the walks have been the conversation with Arrieta, and when you think about it, here's where it really stands out. Jake Arrieta on the road this year. Very, very interesting stuff. 11-2 with a 3.11 ERA on the road. But here's the thing that you want to pay attention to. At home, 46 walks in 99 innings. In 92 innings on the road, only 28 walks. So those control issues that he's had have shown themselves a little bit more at Wrigley Field.
Plus, he's been better when Montero has caught him, which he did his last start, right, and he was magnificent.
Absolutely. So, to me, veteran, 30-year-old, he's been there, he's done that, he's won the award, he can take the ball at home or on the road. If he was my number 1 starter in Game 1, I don't think we've got a complaint, but the fact that John Lester and Kyle Hendricks have dominated so much at Wrigley Field, they should be getting the ball in Game 1 and 2 with Arrieta being that, option. He could do either one. So he gets the ball in Game 3. In Game 4 for me, it's why we brought him here. It makes all the sense in the world. John Lackey, the horse, the big man. He's going to go out there and he's going to get it done in Game 4. Again, another guy that for me can pitch, at home or on the road. He's a big game pitcher, and that's why he's here.
And as he said, I didn't come here for a haircut. I came here for jewelry. Let's get it on.
That's right.
He said, I'm getting ready for what he called the real games, the big boy games.
Right. That's it.
You aren't going to hear any complaint of jewelry out of me. Back to our top story. The Cubs announced a 5-year extension for President of Baseball Operations Theo Epstein. And take a look at the improvement of the team. In Epstein's first 3 seasons, the Cubs won just 200 games, but have improved to reach the playoffs the past 2 years, including having baseball's best record this year. We spoke with Epstein earlier. Let's hear once again from Cubs chairman now, Tom Ricketts, on the extension.
I think a lot of people have this perception, and I know I was sort of in that camp, that there was that he was more of a deeply quantitative, number crunchery kind of guy. And that's true. Obviously Theo understands numbers. He understands how to apply them to make good decisions. But I think the thing that I've seen the last 5 years, which is even more remarkable, is just how well he handles people. It's almost uncanny how everything that we talked about 5 years ago, 4 years ago, 3 years ago, with the exception of the fact that we had an incredible second half last year, which I don't think anybody expected, things have kind of moved forward in a way that is just kind of, as we planned.
It was this day 13 years ago that the Cubs retired Ron Santo's number on the final day of the season. The Cubs clinched the Central Division the day before, which meant the Sunday afternoon ceremony for Santo was the star attraction. The Hall of Fame third baseman is one of 6 Cubs to have their numbers retired.
It's always a celebration when Chris Sale's on the mound. That's strike 3. He got him swinging at 95. That's strike 3. There's strike 3. Sale with a 1-2-3-6. Well-pitched game again by Chris Sale.
Yeah, I thought Chris was terrific tonight. So Chris wins his 17th, tying a career high and well-deserved.
Chris Sale with another strong performance in what is likely his final start of the season, or possibly as a member of the White Sox if he's moved in the offseason. He has by far the highest strikeout rate of any pitcher in Sox history, over 10 strikeouts per 9 innings. After the game, Sale was asked about his future on the South Side.
I can't say this from experience, but I don't think there's probably a better feeling of winning with the team that drafted you and, staying with the team that drafted you. Talking with Paulie a little bit in his final year, he definitely had some very good things to say about staying with one team and being here from start to finish. So, all that going into it, yeah, but, this is baseball, this is sports. You can't always choose and pick what you want to do or where you want to be.
Well, from one great pitcher to another, there's tonight's starter, Jake Arrieta. 2 Texans squaring off on the hill in Arrieta and Jamison Taillon. Arrieta looking for win number 19 of the year, a 2.85 ERA. And you see his strikeouts for the season, 186. The young Taillon with 81, though. Thank you for joining me for Bases Loaded as the Cubs go for a 4th straight win in their 102nd this season. I'm Layla Rahimi. Glenn and JD have first pitch from Pittsburgh next. Cap and Holly have Cubs post-game live after the game, and one more congrats to Theo Epstein.
actually have Xfinity, so weather isn't a problem.
Don't get left behind with DirecTV. Xfinity gives you reliable TV service, rain or shine. Sign up today or get started with this great offer. Call or go online today.
To thrive in an ever-changing environment, companies must adapt. But one thing should remain constant: a financial relationship with someone that understands and cares about your business. PNC Corporate and Institutional Banking offers strategies tailored to your company's needs. Know that our dedicated teams of local experts offer insight to help you achieve your business objectives. See how working with PNC can help your company grow at pnc.com/ideas.
In Chicago, some things just go together, like front porches and blue W's, bricks and ivy, Waveland Avenue and souvenirs, Jake and State Farm. Like home and auto insurance with State Farm, they just go together, and they save you time and money. Just another way we're here to help life go right. Talk to a State Farm agent today.
Baseball on CSN Chicago is presented by State Farm. Another nice evening here in Pittsburgh as the Cubs and the Pirates play Game 3 of a 4-game series. Cubs looking for their 102nd win. Great to have you with us for Cubs baseball here on CSN. Big news of the day, and we'll talk with Tom Ricketts a little later. Theo Epstein gets a 5-year extension. But we're going to talk about postseason roster now and 3 guys trying to make that bench.
Yeah, guys making Joe Maddon's and his staff's decision difficult with the way they are performing here late. Almore making a very nice push. He's had a good month of September. He's having a very nice series here against the Pirates. 5 out of 8 came off the bench for a triple and a double last night. Chris Coughlin has been locked in. He's been all over everything, hitting .423 over his last 10 games. And although he's played sparingly, Tommy La Stella has managed to put up the good numbers as well.
And Coughlin in the lineup once again tonight. Now Jake Arrieta, he'll start tonight against the Pirates. Seems like he always pitches against Pittsburgh, and that's a good thing.
Yeah, well, he's had a lot of success against this Pirate team in his career. He's making his 6th start against them this year. He's 3-1 this season against the Buccos. Last time out, really good. You know, he had been struggling. The command had been off in recent starts. So a very positive step in the right direction last time out against St. Louis. 7 innings of shutout baseball. He punched out 10 and walked only 1. It was vintage Arrieta.
And he has loved pitching against the Pirates. Those numbers include the wild card win in this ballpark last season. It'll be young right-hander Jameson Taillon to pitch for the Pirates tonight. Cubs put up a 12 spot on Monday in a blowout win. And then on Tuesday night, they had to hang on at the end to win 6-4. We'll have Game 3 next here on CSN.
Cubs baseball on CSN Chicago is brought to you in part by your Chicago area and Northwest Indiana Lexus dealer, who invites you to test drive a Lexus today. Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Illinois. Through it all. Ford, inviting you to check out their fuel-efficient lineup at your local Ford store or at localfordstores.com. And by Southwest Airlines. Transparency. Low fares. Nothing to hide.
Ford is America's best-selling brand, and you can see why. Ford Fusion has the turbocharged power and efficiency of the EcoBoost engine and handles almost any condition with intelligent all-wheel drive. Plus, Focus offers next-generation voice-activated Sync 3 technology and the added safety of the blind spot information system. Right now, get a Focus or Fusion with 0 for 72 plus $17.50 bonus cash, or lease a Fusion for just $189 a month. Only at your local Ford store.
Your living room TV. If only you could bring it with you anywhere you went. It's got everything. Your live channels, instant access to the best entertainment, plus your recorded shows. The only problem is, it's stuck in your living room. Well, not anymore. Finally, you have the power to make the world your living room. Now the live channels you love and watch at home are with you anywhere. Download the new free DirecTV app. It's your TV. Take it with you.
As a young man, I worked in the steel mills, where I learned the value of honest hard work. It's also where I saw firsthand how lives can be changed by tragic moments, how individuals or their families struggled in the aftermath. And it was then that I decided my life's work, that while I may not be able to prevent tragic moments, I could fight to help better the lives of those who suffered them.
Little check swinging for the first time in 12 years. The Chicago Cubs have a postseason victory. They win the wild card game, blanking the Pirates 4-0.
That classic Cubs moment was brought to you by Timeless. An unlikely team embarks on an unpredictable adventure through time to stop a mysterious criminal from changing our past. Don't miss Timeless, premiering Monday, October 3rd at 10, 9 Central, after The Voice, only on NBC. Back here in Pittsburgh, a little overcast, but a nice, cool late September evening. Cubs looking for their 102nd win, and some good news today. Cubs Executive Chairman Tom Ricketts announcing the Cubs President of Baseball Operations Theo Epstein has signed a 5-year extension. Let's hear from Theo on joining the Cubs and now continuing on with the team.
A bit of a leap of faith coming here in them, and they've lived up to everything they said they would do. They've been incredibly supportive. They've been incredibly patient. They've been wonderful to my family. They've given me great freedom to operate within baseball operations. They've given me the resources that we've needed to make this baseball operation healthier and thrive. And it's everything I could have ever asked for. So there's no place I'd rather be. I think I said 5 years ago, it's a great day to be a Cub. I still feel that way.
And look at the win totals, and that 2016 number still has a chance to go up. What a ride it's been.
And one of just 3 teams to go from 100 losses to 100 wins in a 4-year span. Feel obviously well deserving of the extension. Tom Ricketts thrilled. As Len mentioned, we'll have Tom on for conversation in the second inning. There's never any real doubt that this was going to get done. He's done a wonderful job.
All right, Cubs Southwest starting lineup now. A lot of the regulars back in there tonight. Fowler, Bryant, and Rizzo at the top. Zobrist, Hayward, and Russell in the middle. Chris Coghlan, we mentioned him in the open. He's been red hot. So has Miguel Montero, and the pitcher Arrieta batting ninth.
Pirates defensively brought to you by Arby's. Matt Joyce plays left field tonight. Andrew McCutcheon center. Josh Bell right. So again, no Marte. And Polanco, who was back in there last night, off tonight. Freese, Rodriguez, Frazier, Jaso on the infield. Eric Fryer will give Cervelli a rest, and the Lexus pursuing perfection starting pitcher is the big rookie right-hander Jameson Taillon.
And we're underway. Ball one is outside.
Making his 18th start, 4-4 with a 3.49 ERA. Taillon, the number 2 overall pick in the 2010 draft.
Hey, the leadoff man, as always, is presented by Benny's Beverage Depot. And if Dexter gets a hit here, Benny's will donate $100 to the Greater Chicago Food Depository. 67 degrees as we get started. Just caught the outside corner, according to Chris Guccione.
Taillon will flash 97 with the fastball, but sit comfortably in the 93-94 mile-per-hour range. More two-seamers than 4. Good curve and a changeup.
Brian Gorman is the crew chief. He's at first. Carlson and Walcott rounding out this foursome. And the 2-2 to Fowler's hit hard, and a little short hop pick by John Jaso. Nicely done to Rob Fowler.
Well, heck of a swing by Dexter Fowler. Can't hit it much harder, but Jaso there to make the play on him. Drops to his knees to make sure that one's not going to squirt through if he didn't glove it.
So one loud out, and here is Chris Bryant, who was off last night after cranking a 2-run homer on Monday to jump past 100 RBIs after finishing with 99 in his rookie campaign. And he was wearing it a little bit. He pretty much admitted that. Earlier in the ball game, he had a single with a runner in scoring position, but that was Kyle Hendricks, the pitcher, who was held at third. And he told me when he hit the home run, he said, I was worried it was going to bounce on the track and into the stands, and Chris Coghlan would have been held at third.
Yeah, and then he told Coghlan before the game that if you score, if I drive in 100, you're number 100, you can have my wallet, or the contents of my wallet anyway.
Bryant strikes out, 2 away.
I don't know if that transaction ever transacted. And I don't know what he had in his wallet. He might have a 5 spot, and that was about it. Who knows?
Coghlan, by the way, did advance to second on a wild pitch before Bryant homered, so he would have scored even if it had been a ground rule double. So here's Rizzo with 2 outs. Cubs have dominated the Pirates this year. winning 14 of the first 17. Pirates were officially eliminated from postseason contention last night as they lost and the Giants won. In the modern era, the Cubs' best single season record against the Pirates was 14-4 back in 2008. They've got a chance to best that with a win here tonight and or tomorrow.
Well, for Joe Maddon, it's all about just making sure everybody gets some at-bats in these final days. Some guys get rest. He will plans on using his bullpen trifecta here tonight, the Strope, Rondon, Chapman group. In support of Arrieta, he's going to divide the catching duties up today. That's the plan anyway, with Montero and Contreras. Tomorrow it will be very much a kind of a spring training game with a bullpen day on the mound, and a lot of the extra guys will get a chance to play.
2-2 tapped foul. Anthony hitting .576 in this ballpark in 8 games this season. He's 19 for 33. 10 of those hits have been doubles. He's got a triple and 2 home runs. So how about 13 extra base hits in 8 games here at PNC? Punch the other way foul.
Yeah, and this is a big ballpark, so it's not really a home run friendly ballpark, but it's a spacious outfield, and figures that it would give up a fair number of 2 base hits and triples out there into that deep pocket out in deep left center field, the north side notch, just adjacent to the bullpen.
In the air to right, way back toward the wall, and it is gone. He just got it out over the Clemente wall. Number 32 for Rizzo.
Continues to inflict damage in this ballpark on this pitching staff. With 2-out Lightning. They're trying to beat him with a fastball in, and he cuts it off. No, sir, you're not going to get in there on me. There's your Ford home run replay.
Second homer this year for Rizzo off Tyone. We have a possible fan interference question. I thought it was clearly over, but
yeah, I
guess they're going to take a look.
Maybe just to be sure, I want to take a look. Hey, it's zombie night at the ballpark, in case you were wondering.
He just had a long night last night. Still a little green. Let's see. Yeah, cannot imagine that would be overturned.
And it's interesting because I don't think anybody from the Pirates dugout or on the field for the Pirates was making a case that they should take a look at this. They don't have to. If the umpires feel like it's worth taking a look, they can.
It did hit his hand, but there's nothing conclusive there to show the ball would not have gotten over that little chain link fence. That wall out there in right, 21 feet high, in honor of the late Roberto Clemente.
Anthony, take your helmet off. Yeah, this is Tyone's second start against the Cubs. He pitched against them back on June 19th. It was his 3rd big league start. He got called up and made his debut on June 8th against the Mets, and indeed is a home run. He's been mostly good, but in his start at Wrigley, not so much. 4 innings. Gave up back-to-back home runs to Bryant and Rizzo. The delayed celebration.
Now Ben Zobrist. He's got 94 walks. His career high 97 back in 2012, playing for Joe Madden in Tampa Bay. 4 times now he's walked at least 90 times in a season. Not that you necessarily set a goal at 100 walks, but he's 6 away with 5 games to play. One and two.
He will finish with more walks than strikeouts. As a matter of fact, if you're a fan of the walk, you've come to the right spot. Every position player in the lineup tonight on both teams is a higher than average walk rate.
Ball strike 3.
That's a reason to stay tuned.
Well, Rizzo with a home run to right, and the Cubs have an early lead. Cubs 1, Pirates coming up.
We're Southwest, and we have one word for you. Yes. Yes to low fares with nothing to hide. Yes to rewards you can actually use. How you like us now? In a world full of no, we're a plane full of yes. That's transparency.
Play hard, party hard. That's what I tell my players. When it's time to celebrate, I shop at Binny's Beverage Depot. Binny's is the official champagne provider of the Chicago Cubs. And like I coach the guys, if you can't find it at Binny's, it's probably not worth drinking.
My name is Rick Lopez. I'm the executive chef here at La Condesa in Austin, Texas. I started when I was a young guy, plugging away, pushing, doing the hours, and it's kind of brought me here to where I am now, just hard work. My philosophy is work. Work and it'll happen. Always give your best because nobody can take that away from you.
Greatness is within reach. Right now, you could get a great deal on the new Civic. KBB.com's overall best buy for 2016. From Honda.
Raise it up.
Now the Pirates Southwest starting lineup. You'll see a couple of their guys maybe not play the rest of the week now that they're officially eliminated. Cervelli and Mercer dealing with some day-to-day injuries. Frazier, Bell, McCutchen at the top. Joyce, Rodriguez, Jaso 4 through 6. Freeze, Fryer. How about that back-to-back? And Tyone hitting 9.
They had a Freeze, a Fryer, and a Frazier in there tonight. Cubs defensively, it's brought to you by Arby's. They've got a Coghlan and a Fowler and a Hayward in the outfield. Bryant, Russell, Zobrist, Rizzo. Third to first, Miguel Montero behind the plate. Lexus starting pitcher, Jake Arrieta. In pursuit of win number 19.
And then a 19 and a strike.
18-7, 285 for Jake. .74-45 in his major league career. That wind is really picking up steam.
His last 12 consecutive starts, he has allowed 5 or fewer hits. That's the longest active streak in the major leagues. And there's one. Frazier with an opposite field single. One more look at the Rizzo home run from a different angle. Looks like one of your tee shots.
What about as far as my tee shot too?
Was that about 120 yards? Hey, par 3, it's okay.
Yeah.
Now Josh Bell, he's playing right. Look how far he is away from Miguel Montero. Outside for ball one.
Yeah, Kyle Hendricks pitching against Bell the other night just stayed away. He just continued to bang away at the outside corner down, forcing Bell to reach out. And two schools of thought. If you can command the outside corner or just off, make him reach. And then the other play would be, figuring he has to close up, he may be vulnerable to good lively stuff in on the hands. Which, it's basically pitching, right? Move the ball in and out. But Hendricks just stayed away pretty much.
Frazier back safely.
If you look at Bell in the box, and he's a large human being, big guy, and his front foot on that outside line of the box, but his back foot in a more traditional position. And you wouldn't ever say he's close to home plate, but obviously not as far away as that front foot, and then he closes up.
Listed at 6'2", 245. He's from Dallas, Texas. Second round pick, 2011. Bang that one off the mask of Montero.
Well, a lot of teams will try to run on Jake. The lineup that the Pirates are running out there tonight, you don't see a lot of potential base stealers. Frazier, this guy on first base, he might try. But collectively, this group tonight have stolen 13 bases, and they've been caught 16 times.
Now look how close Anthony is to home plate versus Bell. And he'll throw to first. Frazier back. Jake wanted a strike, and so did Montero. It's the third day in a row. It looks like maybe a strike has been taken away because of a pick to first.
Yeah, it's ironic how often that happens.
So 3-1 the count. Line into left. Pirates have 2 on with nobody out.
See, I think that pickoff throw, you got to be careful what count to do it on that. If you got a guy that's taking a huge secondary lead, if we make the play, we're going to get the guy. But in that situation, you're 2-1. If you cost the pitcher a strike, and I'm not saying it's definitely going to be a strike, but you have to know if you cost your pitcher a strike there, all of a sudden you're in a 3-1 count. That has to factor into your decision whether you're going to try to make that pickoff throw, make that quick move from behind the plate. More times than not, it's going to be called a ball.
See what Honda Pitch Tracks thought of that pitch. Yeah.
Certainly it could have been.
No doubt. McCutcheon grounds foul. I'll say it before you. The triple play is in order.
Yeah, and McCutcheon, even though he's a speedy guy, if he hits the ball hard on the ground. For Bryant, we could see a little history here tonight. So many good things have happened for the Cubs this year. Why not a triple play?
McCutcheon 1 for 7 in the series. With a couple knocked in.
Yeah, and he's had success against Jake. 11 out of 37. So we've seen a whole bunch of them. Batting .297. As we mentioned, this is Jake's 6th start against the Pirates this year. He and 4 or 5 other guys have made as many starts against one single opponent.
Gets past Montero. Frazier will advance. Bell holding it first.
Well, so now the double play is in order, and you would certainly take that. Give up the run to get 2 outs. So instead of dropping down to block that one, Miggy kind of stood up on it.
backward swing by McCutcheon. Is that a swing of a guy thinking he was going to get a fastball and got a slider?
Yeah, just lack of recognition, yeah.
Two from Jake on the ground. There's that chance for two. 6-4-3. The Pirates tie it on a double play ball. It's 1-1.
Pirates hitting about 3 double plays in the ball game last night. Well, they do get that favorable deal. 2 outs for 1 run this early in the ball game. Take away potential big inning.
So 2 outs, bases clear now. It's Matt Joyce playing left. And low, 4-1.
No real advantage in putting left-handers in your lineup against Arrieta. Lefty's hitting 184 against them. Righty's 188.
There was a chance the Cubs could have the only record in all of baseball, the winning percentage of over 600. And I'm starting to think that it is zombie night.
Yeah, it is.
Now, did you know that?
I heard somebody on the elevator earlier.
Okay.
Saying it was zombie night.
I was going to say, we got Chris Guccione. Very upset at Arrieta. Montero trying to mediate, and Anthony Rizzo will run to the mound.
You know, we saw a lot from John Lackey last night, and we always see it from John. And it may be that Guccione said, you know what, that's not going to happen on my watch. And I didn't see what Jake did, but may have second-guessed him.
Another one.
Yeah.
That's 2 in a row that could have been strikes. That's similar to the pitch on the pick to first. And he walked it.
Yeah, so when you get in a little confrontation with an umpire like that, it kind of gets the adrenaline pumping a little bit, can take you out of your game. Well, I suspect will happen after the inning. Jake will make his way over to Guccione and go, hey man, I'm not trying to show you up, just thought I made a good pitch, and hopefully peace will be made and they can move forward.
Rodriguez playing short tonight, making his 15th consecutive start. He's 4 for 9 in the series. The co-National League Player of the Week 2 weeks ago. And a swing and a miss.
Quinn Wolcott was the home plate umpire last night. He hasn't been around as long as Guccione, and I think, you know, I wouldn't be surprised if they had a conversation in the umpires room and say, hey man, you can't put up with that.
And Jake's not one to usually.
No, that's what I mean.
Right?
Yeah, and I think he's kind of paying for. Like the 2 Johns on the Cubs have a reputation of second guessing the home plate umpire, getting in the umpire's face a little bit.
Arrieta trying to put away Rodriguez. And he does. Cubs Executive Chairman Tom Ricketts will join us when we come back. 1-1 after an inning from Pittsburgh.
With a curved ultra-high definition screen, Samsung's SUHD TVs give you a brighter picture and the most brilliant colors for the best viewing experience. It's Samsung's best TV, and it's here at Apt Electronics. Available in screen sizes from 48 to 88 inches. Come see it today. Guaranteed low prices, unbeatable selection, and free local delivery. Apt. Pleasing people since 1936.
Some things are simply impossible to ignore. The strikingly designed Lexus NX Turbo and Hybrid, the SUV that dares to go beyond utility. Lease the 2016 NX Turbo with 0 due at signing for $419 a month for 36 months. See your Lexus dealer.
In Chicago, some things just go together, like front porches and blue W's, bricks and ivy, Waveland Avenue and souvenirs, Jake and State Farm. Like home and auto insurance with State Farm, they just go together, and they save you time and money. Just another way we're here to help life go right. Talk to a State Farm agent today.
Great to have with us Cubs Executive Chairman Tom Ricketts. Big news today, Theo Epstein receiving a 5-year contract extension. Congratulations. And it was a formality today, but an announcement I know you were very happy to make.
Yeah. I mean, people have been asking about it all summer, and there really was no drama. There was not much risk that he was going to leave. He didn't want to go anywhere else, and I don't think I would have let him go anywhere else. So it's nice to get it done behind us and actually down, so we can kind of stop having the questions.
Jason Hayward will lead off for the Cubs and takes high for ball one. A lot of good news here in 2016. Cubs division champions, over 100 wins for the first time in 81 seasons. And what a series against the Cardinals. It was a David Ross love fest.
Oh, that was incredible.
Sunday night was something else, and we often say, Tom, it can't get any better, but then it does. The atmosphere at that ballpark is going to be incredible here next week.
Well, we have the best fans in all of baseball, and I think the way that Theo's gone about building the team has only made them more engaged. Everybody knows the day we drafted Chris Bryant, the day we traded for Jake Arrieta. It's kind of like the picture's being painted in front of our eyes, and I think that even adds to the excitement of Wrigley Field.
Yeah, the Lester signing, as the pieces come together, big moments.
Yeah, the Lester signing was one of the biggest by far. The first real free agent that said he wanted to come here because he wanted to win. And then, that was a turnaround. I mean, it was a big point, big inflection point.
Has it happened quicker than you thought? Or right on schedule?
It doesn't feel that quick, but it does feel like we stayed on schedule. Once we got the schedule put out there, once the plan was really in place, it's almost uncanny how it has kind of fallen into place over the last few years.
Here's Addison Russell, another one of those big acquisitions. Hayward faked towards second and put on the brakes. And Theo at the time said that he'll never top the day, and I'll remember the date forever, February 25th, when Dexter Fowler walked into camp. Everybody thought he had moved on to sign with the Baltimore Orioles, but he wanted to come back and has become such a huge part of this thing.
Well, obviously Dexter has been an incredible part of the team and an important part of our offense, but I think a lot of people don't know what a popular teammate he is and what a great guy he is to be around, and part of that clubhouse vibe. So undoubtedly it was a very big day for this team, and it's just one of those things that have really fallen into place for us over the last couple of years. 2-0. There he is, smiling and laughing in the dugout. Fun cue. Thanks, Dex. Thanks for backing me up on that.
It's actually 1-1. I think Addison swung at that last pitch. And a pop up on the infield. And Rodriguez thought about dropping it, but Russell hustled down the first base line. So just give us a general timeline of your conversations with Theo. I know you haven't had many, and it didn't take a lot of time when you did talk about the extension, but did you speak back at spring training and then
yeah,
talk
I think
a couple
that,
more
you know,
times?
we've I mean, I always left it out there for him for even more than the past year. Like, hey, when you're ready to talk about an extension, let me know. We had dinner in spring training, and I basically said, look, I'm going to give up all my negotiating leverage by telling you I think you're the best in baseball. And he said, I'm going to give up all my negotiating leverage by telling you I'm not leaving. So so from there, it was just a matter of doing what seemed fair to each of us. There was a handful of conversations over the course of the summer. Nothing contentious, nothing particularly dramatic. Just a matter of just kind of getting to what we think is kind of fair. And I'm happy to get it announced so we can so people can stop asking me.
I'm sure everybody you ran into, hey, when's this thing going to get done?
Right, and it wasn't like 50-50 either. I mean, it was pretty much one-sided, like, hey, sign Theo. And I'm like, yeah, I get it, man.
You better get this done was the sentiment.
Right.
One strike on Chris Coghlan.
Yeah, I would tell people, yeah, I'm doing some research, I'm doing some analysis on this, trying to really see if it's the right next move for us. They'd be like, what? What are you talking about? I'm like, just kidding, just kidding.
Theo's demanding green M&Ms only, and
yeah, right.
1-1 here in the second. Short lead by Hayward. And on the outside corner. So, do you go to bed at night and kind of think about what's going to happen, or are you kind of in the whole just bring it on? Whatever happens, happens coming up in October.
Yeah, you know, I got to admit, I'm pretty zen at the moment. I mean, obviously, I'm nervous about seeing us win, but the fact is, when you break it all down and you say, well, we've got the best team in baseball. We've got the best manager in baseball. We're going to be able to have home field advantage through the first couple rounds. You say, what else can you do? I mean, baseball, obviously, and it's been written a lot about, baseball playoffs aren't like NBA playoffs or NFL playoffs where the team with a better regular season is a prohibitive favorite. They come down to who's best in those couple games, those 5 or 7 games. But I don't think anyone's going to be more prepared than we are, and no one's going to be more talented than we are. So, you know, we've done everything we can. Now we just have to let it play and hope the guys have the kind of nights it takes to win those big games.
I remember John Smoltz when the Braves were going through their 14 consecutive postseasons. That stretch as Hayward runs, the pitch is outside, no throw by Fryer. It's a stolen base. And he said to John Scherholtz, who ran that club, and general manager, he said, all right, you helped get us here, now it's up to us. In other words, once you get to October, it's just the players going out and executing.
Yeah, no doubt. And it's just such a short window of time. You know, the 5-game series, anything can happen, but heck, if you have a healthy team and you're playing well and you have the right manager and you have the right clubhouse vibe, I think that you're going to have an advantage. So I'm pretty confident, but you know, time will tell.
Full count on Coghlan. And he walks. 2 walks here in the inning. We were talking before the game as well that not only is Theo here for a long time to come, but he's got a very important group of people who've worked with him for a long time, and they've been intact, and that's pretty remarkable too, because you know that other organizations are going to want to poach people from this front office.
Yeah, well, there's a couple things on that. I mean, first of all, the very first conversation I had with Theo, almost the very first thing he said to me was, it's not about me. It's about building a bunch of talented people who all work together to achieve a common goal. No one guy can do it. You have to have a great staff. And obviously he did put together a great staff, guys he's worked with for a long time. And it is interesting that we've had all those guys stay together for all these years. We certainly have had other teams come looking to talk to our guys, but they really feel like they're on a common mission. And I don't think anybody wants to leave until they ring that bell. So it's been great. Obviously, a great staff all around Theo, and they do a great job. And we're very, very lucky that we can keep them together.
0-2. So where were you sitting during the wild card game in this ballpark?
Oh, they gave us really nice seats right above the visitors' dugout.
Okay, so you were right down.
Yeah,
the field.
right there, and it was great. What a vibe. A little bit different than tonight, sort of.
Yeah, a little different, but.
But good memories coming back to the small
unbelievable. Yeah, unbelievable memories coming back.
Bounce to first. Jaso will get one at second, and that is all. So 2 outs, and it will bring up Arrieta. With having Jake on the mound, it kind of felt like, as much as it would have been cool to have that game at Wrigley, you'd rather have the starting pitcher that night, right? And it worked out.
Oh, undoubtedly. And, our guys are comfortable playing here. We're here all the time. It's an easy place to be, it's an easy place to stay, easy place to get to the park. We weren't worried about that being a road game. And obviously having Jake on the mound was huge. But once Schwarber hit that ball into the river, I think we all felt like it was our night. But a very fun, interesting game, as you guys probably recall.
So Arrieta with 2 on and 2 down. And off the plate inside.
This is kind of out of nowhere, but as an owner of a baseball
this
team.
is JD's. Here we go.
No, do you
out
ever,
of nowhere.
Do you ever
Here
get
it comes.
attached to a player to the point where you don't trade this guy, or if you don't have to? You have to separate yourself, right? But you have to have favorites.
Well, you can't put yourself in between your baseball guys and their decisions. But my wife told me one day, she's like, "That's it. I'm not going to meet any more players because every time I start to like someone, you trade him away." I'm like, honey, I'm sorry. It's just the way it works. But there are certain. You get to know the guys, and it is sad when someone leaves town. But obviously that was a big part of the rebuild, was making sure that some of the guys who were getting near free agency, some of the kind of, as Theo would call, shorter term assets, we would trade them for a lot of young players and some great guys. The Demps and the Samardzes, some of the most popular players we had to we had to move on, but it was what was right for the team. And but you do miss guys. You know better than I do.
3-1. That was a good question, JD. I thought you were going to really come out of that field.
It wasn't that far from out of nowhere.
It was some zombie night question.
Yeah, have you ever been to zombie night in Pittsburgh before? Because you're here now.
Ooh, good rip by Jake. And fouled back.
Yeah. Other ballparks that might have gone into the booth, but
not here.
Yeah, no flinching necessary up here.
You didn't need to bring your glove?
No glove. No.
Montero will be on the move here with 2 outs. And the 3-2 on the way. Bounce to the shortstop, Rodriguez. Easy play, and the inning was over. Tom, thanks for stopping by, and congrats on a
great to see you guys. Thanks for another great season.
You got it. 1-1. This is the Cubs celebrating a wild card win last year.
If it rains and it storms, you might lose TV. No shows tonight when there's snow or high winds.
We actually have Xfinity, so weather isn't a problem.
Don't get left behind with DirecTV. Xfinity gives you reliable TV service, rain or shine. Sign up today or get started with this great offer. Call or go online today.
This may look like just a car driving down the road, but the Camry is so much more. It's the product of over $1 million an hour of research and development to enhance its cutting-edge features. We worry about every single detail, so by the time it gets to you, there's nothing left to worry about. Tested, trusted Toyota. Lease a new 2017 Camry with zero due at signing, or get 0% APR for 72 months plus $500 bonus cash. Find yours at buyatoyota.com. Toyota, let's go places.
Hello? This is she.
Is that the doctor?
Okay, wow, really? It's 2? That's great news, thank you.
It's 2?
Yes, it's 2. It's 2 for 1 windows at Feldco.
Feldco is offering 2 windows for the price of 1, with no money down and no interest for 1 year.
2 windows for the price of 1 ends Friday. Hurry.
Call now.
For quality windows, siding, and doors, call 866 for Feldco.
Welcome back, folks. Unforgettable games, undeniable greatness, and unstoppable drama. The 2016 postseason begins October 4th. Dramatic music, please. Go to MLB.com/postseason for a full schedule.
Thanks to Tom Ricketts for dropping by.
We need to have somebody like John Facenda voice that. Unforgettable drama.
Yeah. Jaso will lead off for the Pirates here in the second. And fouled to the screen. Hit. Third hit for the Pirates. They've all gone to left off the bat of a lefty.
And this is just a little jam shot. It wasn't like Jaso was thinking about going the other way. He just got jammed by this pitch. But it works out well for him. He's on base for the leadoff knock. 3 hits and a walk so far for the Pirates. They try to get something done against Jake. They did last time they saw him. That was the end of August. At Wrigley, Jake went 6 1/3, allowed 5 hits, 6 runs, tying a season high. A rare game in which the Pirates did some damage against him. For the year, he's 3-1 with a 3.78. This is, as I mentioned, his 6th start.
One on Freeze, who signed in March with the Pirates. And it's been a good relationship, so he recently signed a 2-year extension. Right field, it's Hayward, and he's got it. That's the first out of the inning. So from the freezer to the deep fryer. Francisco Cervelli dealing with an achy left hand. Not sure how much he's going to play this final week now that the Pirates are eliminated.
Jake, tell by his body language, thought he had strike one there, maybe just a little bit low.
And a strike. Fryer claimed on waivers from the Cardinals in July. Made his debut in the big leagues with the Pirates back in 2011. He's had time with the Twins and the Cardinals as well.
I believe he was a Buckeye in college.
Yep, and went to Reynoldsburg High School in Ohio before attending the Ohio State University. Swing and a miss, strike 3.
He's going to have to dot the I. Well, he misses his spot, didn't he? They were trying to go away, and throws it down and in, but he got a good result. Jake in this ballpark, counting the wild card game last year, 5-1 with a .233, so he's made himself very much at home here. Again, that borderline low pitch not going his way, so it looks like it's going to be a little battle here tonight. Guccione, it looks to me like he's opened up the outside part of the plate to the left-handed hitters. So some of those backdoor breaking balls that Tywin was throwing, he was calling.
One and one on the Pirates pitcher.
He's from the Woodlands, Texas. All the children are above average.
Line and caught by Addison Russell. Maybe the hardest hit ball of the night for the Pirates. Ends the second inning. 1-1.
This copyrighted telecast is presented by the authority of the Chicago Cubs and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form. And the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the Chicago Cubs. I'm attorney Howard Aiken with legendary sportscaster Steve Stone.
And I know the right team knows how to win, like Howard Aiken Law Office.
If you or someone you know needs help with an injury case, I'm here to help. Please give me a call.
Put Howard's number in your phone right now, 312-6-million.
This beer gets straight to the point. It looks you in the eyes and firmly shakes your hand. Coors Banquet. That's how it's done.
This is Anthony Rizzo, all-star first baseman for the Chicago Cubs. When he's not playing baseball, he's reading about baseball.
God, he's so good.
When he's not reading about baseball, he's listening to baseball. When he's not listening to baseball,
what's up, boys?
He's watching live baseball.
Jonesy. Ooh, that's deep. Ooh.
And when he's not watching live baseball, he's playing baseball. MLB.com at bat, the #1 app for live baseball.
Wow, did not see that coming. Something else you didn't see coming? Outstanding customer service delivered by collision pros who ensure your low point ends on a high note. You may not see it coming, but you'll know where you're going. Get to Gerber.
Cubs baseball on CSN Chicago is presented by State Farm.
Cub fans, show your team pride with Cubs checking and an official Cubs MasterCard debit card only available at your local Wintrust Community Bank. Go to wintrust.com/Cubs to learn more. Member FDIC.
Hey, a shout out to Chuck Battaglia from LaGrange, Illinois. He's got a 93rd birthday coming up. World War II veteran. Watches every Cubs telecast here on CSN. So Chuck, an early happy birthday wish. Fastball apparently caught the corner.
Yeah, that's the one area of generosity for Chris Guccione here tonight. Away to the left-handed hitters. Fowler hit it on the button last time, but sharply to the first baseman, Jaso, who made a nice play on him.
Fowler has 998 career hits. He went.
Expose.
Fowler is out on strikes. Well, final week of the regular season. David Ortiz, Big Papi, in his final major league season. Red Sox will be in the postseason. Yeah, A-Rod, remember, he retired after 22 seasons and nearly 700 home runs. David Ross, What a swan song it has been for him. Vince Scully will call his final Major League game this Sunday in San Francisco. And yes, the CBA, Major League Baseball's collective bargaining agreement. The current one will end about a month after the season ends. Braves will also close Turner Field this week.
For so many years, when that collective bargaining agreement was nearing its end, there would just be a shudder throughout the industry, like, uh-oh, here we go again. But
doesn't feel that way now, does it? Bryant is out as Freese gets him. I mean, anything's possible, but yeah, you don't feel like there's a lot of contention.
Right. Nothing. I can't imagine that there's an issue out there that would lead to any kind of a work stoppage.
And again, congratulations to your former partner, Bill Brown, a longtime TV voice of the Houston Astros. Called his final game today.
Yeah, Brownie's last couple of years has been doing pretty much home games only, and the Astros played their last home game today. So congratulations, Brownie. A great career. Enjoy your downtime.
It's on the outside corner.
Change up.
In the air out in the deep left, but this will be playable for Joyce. And the Cubs are retired 1-2-3 in the third, and a 1-1 tie.
We're Southwest, and we have one word for you. Yes. Yes to low fares with nothing to hide. Yes to rewards you can actually use. How you like us now? In a world full of no, we're a plane full of yes. That's transparency.
My Austin bedroom. Everything you see here, only $9.99.
100% solid pine. Hand-finished, modern, and rustic. So it'll look great anywhere.
My Austin. An untouchable value. Dresser, mirror, chest, queen-size bed, even a nightstand. Only $9.99 complete every day.
$9.99 on a Monday.
$9.99 on Hump Day.
$9.99 on Mother's Day.
$9.99 on Mother-in-Law's Day.
Is that a thing?
It is a thing. I looked it up.
Official furniture store, the Chicago Bears.
Good or better? The Hyundai Sonata versus the Toyota Camry. The Sonata has an available panoramic sunroof. The Camry? No. In the Sonata, available Android Auto. The Camry? No again. And only the Hyundai is backed by America's best warranty. Better is the reason to buy Hyundai.
And this is the reason to buy now. Lease the Sonata for a limited time for only $149 a month. Visit buyhyundai.com.
To gear up for a Cubs playoff run, CSN has a gift for you. It's the 12 Days of Cubs, a collection of behind-the-scenes stories on your favorite club. Every night on Sportsnet Central, sponsored by State Farm.
Joe's got a new T-shirt out for the playoffs. Loves the play on words. And Cork Baseball is where you can get them and benefit his Respect 90 Foundation. 1-1, bottom of the third. Good pitching matchup tonight. Frazier 1 for 1. And low for a ball.
Given that first pitch and where Montero was setting up for the second one, looks like the Cubs have gotten wise to Guccione and are trying to exploit that outside corner to the left-handed hitters. Adopt a pitch-away, play-away approach in the outfield. Coghlan, the left fielder, is shaded toward the line.
Line the other way. Coughlin with a diving catch. Nicely done.
Yeah, and that's, beautiful thing for Arrieta. He didn't hit his spot. He made a mistake. He got away with it because of a fine play by Coughlin out there and left. And he was towards the line. He was shallow with the left-handed hitter, Frazier, up there, who doesn't have a lot of power. A great break. A little tip of the cap. 1 out.
Josh Bell singled in the first. Curve for strike.
Well, we've talked a lot about Bell and his stance. Watch when he does stride how close his front foot ends up to home plate. I mean, he really closes up. It's a beautiful swing and a miss. One of the prettiest swings and misses in the game. Kid can hit.
Arrieta will go to cover the bag. Rizzo the flip. He got a couple of nice defensive plays by the Cubs here in the third.
Plan your spring travel to Sloan Park in Mesa, Arizona with Cubs destinations. Spring training packages include game tickets, hotel accommodations, rental car, Cubs swag, and a private meet and greet with Cub players. Details available soon at Cubs.com/travel. Funny how your mindset changes depending on where you are in the season. I'm watching this play, and the only thing I'm thinking is, don't step on his ankle, don't step on his ankle.
To McCutchen. It's a strike. He's on his double play ball. The Pirates tied the ball game in the first.
McCutchen having an off year, but finishing strong. 20 RBIs in the month of September, 5th most in the National League. And a long hitting streak snapped the other night.
Deep breath by the right-hander. Backhanded by Bryant. And the inning is over. Cubs statistically have the best defense in baseball all season long, and showing off a little bit here tonight. Coughlin with that nice grab. Still 1-1.
In banking and baseball, you have to stay alert. With my Bank of America mobile banking app, I can select alerts that notify me when unusual activity is detected on my credit and debit cards. I used to play when I was younger. I love the outfield. All that green grass. Until the championship and the inside the park home run. Sure could have used an alert then. I missed lunch that day.
On the road again. Just can't wait to get on the road again. On the road again. Like a band of gypsies, we go down the highway.
No matter which Passat you choose, you get more standard features for less than you expected.
Hurry in and lease the 2017 Passat S for just $199 a month. Get rid of hard water with extra coarse salt crystals from Menards. They're specially formulated for water softeners and eliminate brine tank cleanout. Right now, get a 50-pound bag for only $5.49. Signature Blend is a high-quality birdseed at a great price. It attracts cardinals and other types of wild birds. Save on a 40-pound bag of Signature Blend birdseed, just $19.99. Find this and more during Menards Made in the USA sale.
Save big money at Menards.
After sweeping the Reds at Wrigley, Chris Bryant and your Central Division champs look to take down the rival Reds again, this time in their own backyard. Cubs at Reds, live from Cincinnati, starting Friday at 6 on CSN.
Ryan Sandberg's favorite restaurant in Chicago is the legendary Harry Carey's Italian Steakhouse. Go where Rhino goes for Chicago's best prime steaks in River North, Rosemont, or Lombard. Call 773-HOLY-COW or visit harrycareys.com.
Ball one on Ben Zobrist. We are in the fourth. It's a good curveball for a strike. Tyone just happy to be healthy. Did not pitch 2014. Tommy John surgery that April. Sports hernia. Then as he was preparing to return to action and missed 2015 as well. So they've been waiting for a while to get a good look at the 6'5" righty.
Yeah, good stuff. Good command of that stuff. He's only walked 14 in 98 innings at the big league level coming into this start. Now he's walked 2 here tonight. Very low walk totals at AAA this season. And they really love his makeup here in Pittsburgh. Character guy, good competitor. And I mentioned he's from the Woodlands High School, where my kids went to school. Paul Goldschmidt played there. Kyle Drabeck. I mean, they've had a heck of a program. Tyone number 2 in the 2010 draft, right after Bryce Harper.
(2-2) to the plate. It's full 3-2. Scary incident in July against Milwaukee. Hernan Perez with a comebacker that hit Tyone in the back of the head. He actually stayed in the game. Very fortunate to escape major injury as Zobrist takes his 95th walk of the year.
They're trying to shave that outside corner, but you have to know with Zobrist, if you miss, there's a pretty good chance he's not going to swing.
Tyone did have some DL time mid-season. Right shoulder fatigue. Swing and a miss by Hayward.
Well, I imagine with the injuries he's had, they're probably taking a bit of a kid glove approach with him, trying to limit the number of pitches, and any sign of fatigue or tenderness shut him down. I know that's he wants to be out there. Tyler Glasnow, the other young kid they've got, those 2 really big pieces for them going forward as they try to bounce back from this tough year. The pitching for the Pirates this year well below what they did last season.
Try to turn it, and they don't, as Hayward beats the relay throw.
And Frazier probably could have been a little more aggressive charging this ball. Good hustle by Hayward, who looked like he just got the front of the base, and they're going to challenge. They're going to take a look. They don't think he got it. Either that or they feel like the throw beat him, but I think they're more inclined to argue that he did not touch first base.
Forsyth Technology replay review time.
Plant's a little bit short. I think his toe got the bag, but he might not have gotten it until it. That was quick. Calling him out.
So they called him out, right? I didn't see the outside, and Hayward's still not sure why they called him out.
Wasn't a very demonstrative call by Brian Gorman, the first base umpire, and I'm not sure he got the explanation. Jason got the explanation he was looking for.
So it is a 4-6-3 double play. And Addison Russell.
So it might have been as he landed, he was ahead of the throw, and then he dragged his foot across the base, and by the time he did that, the throw had arrived.
Yeah, I think that's exactly what happened. You're right. So foot down. Ball and glove. Foot on base.
Yeah.
Yep.
By the way, I think Brian Gorman and Bob Walk could be long-lost brothers. Walkie over in the Pirate. I don't know if he's doing radio or television tonight.
He is working tonight. I did see him, yeah. That's a good call. 2-2.
Good take.
Bob Walk. Don't lean too far back in your chair.
See, you got a little something going on there.
Yeah. And Russell strikes out, inning over. 3.5 in the books. It's a 1-1 tie.
You ever feel like you're spinning? Like you're stuck in the same place in life? Just going round and round and round? Yeah, man. Been there.
No, actually spinning.
Oh, we can fix that by going to Midas. They have a great selection of tires. Sorry, Doug. I thought you were trying to get deep.
Nah.
Trust the Midas touch. For tires, brakes, oil, everything.
Play hard, party hard. That's what I tell my players. When it's time to celebrate, I shop at Binny's Beverage Depot. Binny's is the official champagne provider of the Chicago Cubs. And like I coach the guys, if you can't find it at Binny's, it's probably not worth drinking.
Listen up. This is the time, this is the place. And this is Ford F-150, the truck that goes toe-to-toe with your life. Made of high-strength, military-grade aluminum alloy that pulled the highest safety rating the government can give. And with Pro Trailer backup assist, it's like having your head on a swivel, pal. So load up your crew. This is the time.
Now during Truck Month, get 0% financing for 72 months on a built Ford Tough F-150 or Super Duty. See your local Ford dealer today.
Closed captioning of Cubs baseball on Comcast Sportsnet is brought to you by U.S. Waterproofing.
A little seepage in your basement is no need to panic. Count on the experts at U.S. Waterproofing to diagnose and repair the problem.
For a free consultation, visit uswaterproofing.com. A better basement starts with us.
Time for our Xfinity high-speed action. 3 nice defensive plays in the bottom of the third. Coughlin and Rizzo and Arrieta teaming up. And finally, Chris Bryant.
Tough little in-between hop there for Bryant. Little spin move. Good accurate throw.
Hey, did you see Tim Tebow homered on the first pitch he saw in instructional league today?
Yep. He went. He's a left-handed hitter, and he went the opposite way against a left-handed pitcher.
Good for him.
Yeah, I'm with you. It's kind of fun. No idea how good he is or how far it will take him, but it's off to a good start.
0-1 to Matt Joyce. I didn't get to it last night, but just kind of looking around baseball, it's something you alluded to on a recent telecast. A lot of times the day after the regular season ends, you'll see some changes, whether it's a general manager or a manager.
Yeah.
And I'm just kind of looking around to see if there are certain teams where there could be changes coming. Yeah. And one of the teams I had circled on my list was the White Sox, but reports are that Robin Ventura will be invited back next year, assuming he wants to return as their manager.
Yeah, I saw Bob Nightingale put out a tweet earlier today to that effect. The Sox have decided to bring Robin back.
2-2, another foul. Minnesota will have the new leader of their baseball department. I don't know, is that official yet? Derek
he works for Cleveland, and given that they're heading to the postseason, I don't think they're going to make anything official until the Indian season is done. But it's going to happen.
But I also believe the ownership there announced that Paul Molitor's coming back next year, no matter what, right?
I haven't heard that. I would think that would be the case. Seems to be the situation in Arizona is unsettled.
Yes.
With Tony La Russa and Dave Stewart.
Yep. Oh, ouch. Joyce just got hit, I think, on the foot on a 3-2. Back foot. Leadoff man now has reached 3 out of 4 times for the Pirates. The Atlanta Braves opening a new ballpark. They have to make a decision on Brian Snitker.
Hey, where does David Ross make his offseason home? In the Atlanta area, right?
I believe.
There you go. Hire Rossi. He could be their manager.
The Reds with Brian Price have to make a decision there. Rodriguez on the left center. Good read by Joyce. He ends up at third.
Rodriguez enjoying his best year as a big leaguer. He's at 18 home runs, hitting for average, taking walks. Pitch center cut, and he puts a good swing on it. Chris Coughlin looked to me like he was contemplating making an aggressive play on this ball. Decided he didn't want to risk it. Probably the right move. And as you mentioned, a good read by Joyce.
So first and third, nobody out. And low to Jaso. And then lastly, are we assuming A.J. Preller is safe after the suspension in San Diego?
They gave him the dreaded vote of confidence at the time, said that he was not in trouble. But, you know, if more comes to light, maybe.
Swing and a miss, 1-1. I don't think of any other situations that seem to be particularly
Well, for the longest time, Terry Collins, looked like they're going to make a managerial change there. But the fact that the Mets have hung in there as well as they have with all the injuries, I would be surprised if they made a change, but I wouldn't be shocked. Nor stunned, for that matter.
Another one almost hit the batter. 2-1.
Well, this is the situation Jake was in the first inning, and he got the double play. They allowed the run, got 2 outs, and he would be in the same mind frame here. Still just the 4th inning. A little bit later in the game, you might not be willing to concede a run. Decides how he's going to deploy his fielders in situations like this, whether you're going to move your infielders in or play for 2. Pitcher's mindset sometimes works a little bit differently, especially once you get to 2 strikes. Instead of hunting for that ground ball, he might be thinking punch out here.
And some players who could be on the move this offseason.
The starting pitching market is considered to be very light, so Rich Hill, his market goes up even though he's 36 years of age. There's some talented bullpen arms out there.
I should note Dexter Fowler has a mutual option for next year, $9 million with a $5 million buyout. So he could test free agency again if he so chooses. That's trouble. And it is gone. John Jaso with a 3-run homer.
Now the long ball not a big part of Jaso's game. That's just number 7 for him this year. That's one of the issues for the Pirates, the lack of production from the first base position, but got a good bit of that one. A big 3-run home run for Jaso.
So the Pirates have their first lead of this series. Still nobody out. A hit batter, a single, and a homer by Jaso.
Now Jaso came into this ball game just 2 out of 19 in his career against Jake. A bloop single and a home run tonight for him. Now, I can't imagine a scenario in which Dexter would not enter free agency this offseason. He's going to be looking for
I would agree.
3, 4, 5-year deal.
Two, swing and a miss, strike 3. John Lackey made his final regular season start last night, got the win. Marietta his final tune-up tonight. Kind of a bullpen night tomorrow. Left-hander Rob Zastryzny will take the ball against righty Ivan Nova. Ground ball into center for Eric Fryer.
Well, Jake came into this ball game with 192 and a third innings pitched, so 200 innings within reach if he was efficient here tonight. It doesn't look like he's going to get there. Not a real big deal, but 200 innings, one of those markers pitchers point toward.
And as John Lackey astutely pointed out, he said, I'm going to get to 200 this year. Well, yeah, because he's going to pitch hopefully a few times in the postseason.
So here's that bunt defense we've seen the Cubs use before. Clint Hurdle's going to come out and argue. Zobrist is holding the runner on at first base, and Rizzo's crashing. And so we've seen this happen twice this year. Once the umpires forced. I can't remember. Did Rizzo give up his glove and use a regular fielder's glove?
I think they just didn't switch.
Yeah, last time the umpires let him go. Said no worries. And when I asked Joe about it the next day, he said they've been told by the league office it's up to the umpire, the head umpire. He can do whatever he wants, which is really bizarre. It seems like there would be some uniformity as to what the rule is. I looked through the rule book. Joe said he looked through the rule book. There's nothing that says you can't deploy your fielders like this and not change gloves.
Yeah, and I think Joe trying to explain to Brian Gorman, we've been through this a few times, and here's what I was told, and now Brian Gorman may be telling him, no, you know,
Yeah, and Joe's talking about, what about when you have all kinds of shifting going on? There's no such rule. They may end up going to the headsets, calling New York to ask if there's such a rule.
Well, it's not the case that Brian Gorman isn't allowing Rizzo to get another glove, is it? I don't know why that would be an issue. Yeah, so they're going to switch gloves. I kind of like him wearing the other hand glove, though.
Yeah, and Zoe as well. Which is, in reality, there's no advantage for the Pirates in this situation. Now Rizzo's running out to second base.
Anthony, I think, telling Joe, I'm just kidding.
Yeah.
So I think that they may actually have switched positions in the box score.
This is just silly, yeah. And that would be Joe's point. When I put my third baseman out in the shallow right field, is he now the right fielder or the second baseman? No.
Hey, I hope they do it. I want Anthony to get credit for playing second, right? That's pretty neat.
Yeah, and if anything, it's easier, right, to make a transfer from a smaller glove from the glove to the throwing hand on a ground ball or a bunted ball. So it's not like they've created a disadvantage for Anthony. Sofield being very demonstrative. He may have been, it might have been a deke. He might have been pointing like swing away, but muttering in his ear, go ahead and bunt. I love it. I love all the subterfuge.
You know what that conversation between Joe and Brian Gorman was like? It's like you're calling the cable company or the phone company. There's a bunt. Rizzo will field it
without a glove.
So does that 4-3 or 3-4?
I don't know. I'm gonna read the paper tomorrow and find out.
I think it's got to be 4-3, right? They called it 4-3, so now we have our answer with Anthony Rizzo, technically the second baseman on that play. Right, so you call the utility company, whatever, you talk to someone. Here's the problem I'm having. Okay, well, we're going to send this person out, and here's what's going to happen. Okay, and then the person comes out, and you say, okay, I talked to someone, and here's what they said. And they go, well, that's not, that's not what I'm supposed to do. No, but I was told yesterday, I was assured that this would, well, no, it's not what I think. Right?
Yeah.
Brian Gorman going, well, I didn't talk to whomever Joe talked to.
So next year, this offseason, we had the Utley rule with the slide play at second base. Next year, it'll be the Rizzo rule.
That's low on Frazier. Pirates lead on a John Jaso 3-run homer. There's the pitch. It's high, ball 4.
See the Jake looking a little bewildered out there tonight. Had some issues with Guccione early in the game. He's just been off the mark in terms of the command of his pitches this evening. No doubt he had to have been very excited after his last start. Heading into this one, he was so sharp last time out.
Bell bounces foul back to the plate. Big game in Toronto. Blue Jays lead the Orioles 2-0 in the 5th. Toronto with the first wild card spot. 2 ahead of the Orioles. 3 ahead of Detroit. Team's still in the mix. Bounce the other way. It'll be picked up by Bryant. And he throws to first baseman / second baseman Anthony Rizzo to end the inning. 4-1 Pittsburgh.
Today, we're talking about automotive awards. What if I told you there was a car company that received all of these awards?
One company, one award in all these? Chevy.
Chevrolet is the most awarded car company of the last 2 years.
I love it. I'm just going to stay in here. Is that okay?
Yeah.
Qualified lessees can get this Chevy Cruze for around $169 a month. Plus, find your tag to get an additional $500 lease cash on select Cruze vehicles in stock. Find new roads at your local Chevy dealer.
I'm Dan Fields of the Fields Auto Group. We've prepared a Joe Madden Signature Edition vehicle. It will be raffled off at the end of the season, with the proceeds going to many of Joe's favorite charities.
But not before I have the pleasure of driving it to and from the ballpark. Thank you, Dan, and everyone at Fields Auto Group for this special vehicle and for making this all possible.
For official raffle rules and complete details on how you can win this Joe Madden signature vehicle, go to fieldsauto.com.
It is an honor for Fields Auto Group to help good causes like Cubs Charities and Misericordia. Fields matters because you matter.
I had an excellent car buying experience with a seamless transaction. 5 stars.
My salesperson was as good as it gets. She made the experience comfortable and relaxed.
These are the reviews we get all of the time from our customers at Bill Jacobs Mini. As soon as you walk through the door, you'll know this is going to be different because our people make the difference. At Bill Jacobs Mini in Naperville, it's the cars that bring you in, but the experience that brings you back. Get 0% APR for 72 months and $1,800 cash back on a new 2016 Mini Countryman. Details at BillJacobsMini.com.
Sportsnet Central, tonight after post-game live.
me out a little bit if I was a little guy sitting in front of a couple of those people. I like the guy with the baseball theme, though. The ball coming out of his head.
Cubs trail 4-1. And I have not played fantasy baseball in about 20 years. But I have a feeling that little exchange and Anthony Rizzo being credited with a third of an inning at second base could have a huge impact on somebody's fantasy team. It's just a guess.
Yeah, if he gets enough work over there, you could add him. You could make him a second baseman. A lot of power from that position.
Chris Coughlin bounces one toward right, cut off by Frazier. Nice play. Well, it was Coughlin who robbed Frazier of a hit back in the third. So
turnabout is fair play.
Yeah. To Montero.
Today is the anniversary of one of the greatest moments in Cub history and one of the biggest moments, one of the biggest home runs in baseball history, the Gabby Hartnett homer in the Gloman at Wrigley Field in 1938.
And the photo of Hartnett scoring, I mean, it looks like it is in the middle of the night.
That was against these Pirates, who had come into the game with a half-game lead over the Cubs, part of a long winning streak the Cubs had. They won that game, won the next day to go up a game and a half, went on to clinch the pennant. Zombies are booing Jake.
Yeah. He had a little Twitter fun with some Pirates fans before he beat Pittsburgh in the wild card game last year.
And then there was that little dust up in the wild card game.
One and one.
It was with 2 outs in the 9th inning. The score was tied 5-5. Hartnett had 2 strikes on him when he hit that home run. A lot of fans said they didn't see the ball go into the bleachers, but Hartnett said, "I knew I got it. Could tell by the feel." Some years later, Hank Greenberg for Detroit, a similar home run towards the end of the season.
High fly ball to right. It's Bill to end the inning. Cubs haven't done a whole lot after the home run by Rizzo. In fact, that's their only hit, and that came back in the first.
Combining home and auto can save you big. Talk to a State Farm agent today.
It's the fabric that brings an entire nation together. It says to the world, we will never lose faith. We believe in this team. Her generation, his generation, the next generation. Maybe this October, if we fly it high enough and loud enough and proud enough, well, you get the idea.
Navigate everything Mother Nature dishes out with Toyota's wide range of SUVs with available all-wheel drive or four-wheel drive. Have a big family? Adventure seeker. Want to go off-roading? Mother Nature is one tough lady. Toyota's all-wheel drive and four-wheel drive SUVs are tougher. Tested, trusted Toyota. Lease a new 2016 RAV4 with 0 due at signing and 0 first month's payment. Or get 0% APR for 60 months. Find yours at buyatoyota.com. Toyota. Let's go places.
Hello?
What are you wearing, Jake from State Farm?
Are you serious? Not khakis. What are you wearing?
For fastballs, call me. For saving time and money, call State Farm.
You sound hideous.
Hi, I'm
David Kaplan here with a Coors Light Full Heart Facts Sportsnet Central update. Coming up later tonight, you'll hear from Cubs president Theo Epstein on his 5-year contract extension with the Northsiders. Plus, the latest on Robin Ventura's future with the White Sox and reaction from the Blackhawks after their preseason opener against the Penguins. Now, we go back to Len and JD in Pittsburgh.
Muchas gracias, Senor Kaplan. Don't miss your chance to watch October baseball from the all-inclusive, unique atmosphere of the rooftops across from Wrigley Field. Limited playoff tickets are available now by calling 773-248-ROOF or by visiting WrigleyRooftops.com.
Andrew McCutchen takes a strike.
So Hank Greenberg, I was telling the story about Hank Greenberg hitting a home run towards the end of the 1945 season.
Hammer and Hank, yeah.
And similar situation. It was getting dark. The home plate umpire was George Pipgrass, who was a former major league pitcher. And he said to Greenberg, he said, Hank, I'm sorry, man, but I'm going to have to call the game. It's too dark. I can't see. And Greenberg said, don't worry, I can see. And the next pitch, boom, home run. Tigers win the pennant. Tigers won the World Series over the Cubs that year.
Was that at Briggs Stadium?
I think they're in St. Louis, playing the Browns. The woeful St. Louis Browns. Don't you worry, George. I can see just fine.
I thought there was going to be some sort of joke about him not being able to see anyway.
What new, George?
Right. Wilson Contreras is in to catch, by the way. Fielded by Bryant. You can follow Patrick Mooney, our Cubs insider, on CSNChicago.com, presented by Nationwide's Jeff Vukovich. Serving the community for 38 years. Go to jeffvuk.com. Nationwide is on your side. Joyce has no official at-bats tonight. 2 plate appearances, a walk, a hit by pitch, and a run. To Rizzo. It'll be Arrieta covering. 2 outs. Hey, congrats to Charcer Burks, Myrtle Beach Pelicans outfielder, recently awarded a Rawlings Gold Glove. So they have minor league gold gloves they hand out, 1 player at every position among all minor league teams. So among left fielders, he was deemed the best defender out there. So congrats to him. Deep, and it's in the yard. Coughlin might be injured though. He is down on the warning track. It's a double for Rodriguez, and Coughlin very cautiously gets on his feet. Looks like an ankle. I'm not sure what happened with the ball, if a fan interfered or if Coughlin got a glove on it. That's the least of Joe Maddon's concerns right now. It's the health of his left fielder.
Yeah, just hit high off the wall, and then his foot got hung up on the wall a little bit.
Oh yeah. He Even if he says he's all right, I'd be surprised if Joe lets him stay in the game. He's going to come out. Albert Almora Jr. will play left. Always worry about those awkward landings where you hit a spot. I mean, the Wilson Ramos injury, it didn't look that bad, but he blew out his ACL as he just landed
down awkwardly. It looks like his gait has smoothed out a little bit since he started, so it looks like he's going to be okay, but certainly makes sense to at this stage of the season to go ahead and get him out of there, get a little ice on it, get it looked at.
Double for Rodriguez, who now has 6 hits in the 3 games of this series, and it's Jaso who's 2 for 2 with a go-ahead 3-run homer.
I get the sense that maybe Rodriguez is sitting on that slider. Some of these at-bats, the swings he's had. Followed a hit batsman and a single last time up with his 3-run home run. Hope nobody was coming up the ramp with a tray full of drinks. National League wild card scoreboard watching. Mets 5, Marlins 2, top of the 6th in Miami. Cardinals Reds scoreless, top of the 3rd in St. Louis.
Trouble in the right field corner. Jaso knocks in another. Back-to-back 2-out doubles. 5 goals.
The late salary drive for John Jaso. Having a big night against the reigning Cy Young Award winner. And as I mentioned last time, he had pretty much no success against Jake coming into this ball game. He's a 3-bagger shy of a cycle now.
To freeze. Fair. It'll be 6-1. Throw to second. Safe. Double toil and trouble, and this one right down the 3rd base line, right over the corner of the bag. Fans really enjoying Arrieta getting hit around. They have not seen that here. So Arrieta, who had dominated this Pirates team, has now given up 6 runs in each of his last 3 starts against this lineup. One and 0 on Fryer. One and 1.
That would be a good photo op if Gary Tuck were in the ballpark in uniform. Fryer and Tuck next to each other. It's the kind of stuff we live for.
Yeah.
I believe Gary's coaching somewhere in the big leagues. A long time major league coach, maybe with Boston or the Yankees.
He's on Joe Girardi's staff, pretty sure.
Yeah, so Contreras, we talked about this earlier in the game, but in case you weren't with us or weren't focusing at the time, this is not an injury issue with Montero. This was planned. Going to split the game up tonight as the Cubs are in a little bit of a spring training mode.
And that'll get into center. Freeze will score at 7-1. Runs he's allowed in over 2 calendar years. All this happening after 2 are out.
There is action in the Cubs bullpen. Montgomery's up.
Tyone fouls out of play. Gary Tuck was with the Yankees, but is not currently.
Jake getting his work in here tonight, up over 100 pitches.
And the inning finally comes to an end. All Pirates tonight, 7-1 through 5.
This beer has conviction. For us, it's Rocky Mountain water or nothing. Coors Banquet. That's how it's done.
Know your financial plan won't keep you up at night. Know you have insights from professional investment strategists to help set your mind at ease. Know that planning for retirement can be the least of your worries. With the guidance of a PNC Investments financial advisor, know you can get help staying on track for the future you've always wanted.
It's 8 on Sunday morning.
You like football? Yeah. It's DirecTV NFL Sunday Ticket. I can watch every Sunday Ticket game live on any device.
I'm retired. I just sit here watching nothing. If I were you, I'd work as long as you can.
Get NFL Sunday Ticket only on DirecTV and watch live football anywhere. Switch today and get a $100 reward card.
Play hard, party hard. That's what I tell my players. When it's time to celebrate, I shop at Binny's Beverage Depot. Binny's is the official champagne provider of the Chicago Cubs. And like I coach the guys, if you can't find it at Binny's, it's probably not worth drinking.
For 13 seasons, I played for the Bears. But this year, I'm ready to shake up the game in a whole new way with my own show. Watch The Hard Count, presented by Restore, Thursdays at 10:30 on CSN Chicago.
Number 54 stars on CSN. All Bears, all the time.
Time now for greater coverage of baseball, brought to you by T-Mobile. So season series, the unbalanced schedule. It's interesting how many teams have just dominated opponents within their division. Tigers, Twins. Tigers have been dominated by the Indians, so kind of a wash. And the Cubs 14-3 against the Pirates, but in jeopardy of losing their 4th of the year unless they can score a bunch. This time out than the first time he faced the Cubs. Like on June 19th, gave up 4 runs in 4 innings and allowed 3 homers.
And this long arm delivery. It looks like he's got good arm side command of his fastball.
Gets fouled.
Folks, don't miss your chance to experience spring training at beautiful Sloan Park in Mesa, Arizona, and it is beautiful. Reserve your place in line by joining the spring training season ticket holder waiting list. It's easy, free to register. For details, visit sloanpark.com. That's a bucket list for many fans. Make a trip to spring training. Enjoy the weather, watch the Cubs, and you can travel around. A lot of spring training action.
Shank fouled by Bryant.
Play a round of golf or two. Enjoy some fine food. Brought to you by the Greater Phoenix Chamber of Commerce.
One strike offering.
Get out of that kitchen.
Yeah.
That's actually a change-up.
Follow in-game live on CSNChicago.com, presented by State Farm. Just into the outfield grass, circling in. Frazier had it, and then he didn't.
Nowhere to hide.
For Rizzo. He homered in the first.
Frazier will head into the dugout after the inning, and somebody will say, hey, man, what, did you get a bat hot? Kind of let that ball play you.
Pitch to Zobrist. There's a strike. Talk on Twitter about left-handed throwing second baseman. With Rizzo playing a third of an inning there. He made the switch with Zobrist. I know Don Mattingly for Lou Piniella played maybe third, and maybe a little second. Way back when. Suppose I could find it on Baseball Reference. Let's see. Don Mattingly played 3 games at third, 2 starts, and 1/3 of an inning at second in his career. Left-handed thrower. normally see left-handed throwing catchers.
Mike Squires did a little bit, right?
Yep.
A couple games. Benny DiStefano.
I think DiStefano's the last one to do it. '89 with these Pirates. It'd be weird to see a left-hander back there, wouldn't it? Just with pitch framing.
Well, if there was one guy that would endorse it, he's in the Cub dugout, leaning on the railing. Be right in Joe's wheelhouse, wouldn't it?
Sure would. Maybe every once in a while we should have the offense have to run the bases backwards. Make lefty throwing players play those positions, right? Maybe on National Left-Hander Day.
There you go.
We should reverse everything.
I like that idea.
Okay. It's in the book. 7-1 Pirates.
We're Southwest, and we have one word for you. Yes. Yes to low fares with nothing to hide. Yes to rewards you can actually use. How you like us now? In a world full of no, we're a plane full of yes. That's transparency.
Saturday night, it's a special edition of Beer Money with Anthony Rizzo and David Ross that you don't want to miss.
That's a bonus.
Beer Money, presented by Coors Light, Saturday after Cubs post-game live.
At Sport Clips, we're always looking to enhance the sports experience. So we thought, what if we brought the game to you?
Are you ready for your hot towel?
Yeah, hit me with it. Yeah, me, over here.
I think we'll just leave it like it is.
The Sport Clips MVP experience. Great haircut, relaxing shampoo, and legendary hot steam towel. Sport Clips, it's good to be a guy.
A well-put-together man is said to be sharp. At GMC, we get why people appreciate that kind of precision. After all, precision is the kind of sharp that slices through a crowd. This is the precision of professional grade. It's the GMC 2016 model year sell down. Now get 20% below MSRP on select Sierra 1500 models in stock. That's over $10,300 on this Sierra SLT Crew.
Hard Count, featuring Brian Urlacher, presented by Restore, tomorrow at 10:30 on CSN.
We have lots of changes.
What do we got?
We got Almora in center. Bryant at first. Kawasaki at second. Estella's at third. Who's in left? Is that Matt Caesar? It is. And a new pitcher. It's Mike Montgomery.
Mike is 4-5 with a 2.57 ERA with the Mariners and the Cubs. Doing good work in both stops. Got good stuff, boy. Good heater. High three-quarter delivery. Drive that fastball down in the zone. Snap off a very sharp curveball. He's got a good change. Could very well be part of the Cubs rotation next season. Hoping to be part of the mix in the bullpen for the postseason. Ooh, look at that.
Yeah.
Oh, nasty.
A sharp breaker. 0-2 on Frazier.
See, now they have, you can look up spin rate on guys' curveballs. There's websites that'll tell you that. I don't know what his spin rate is, but I'm guessing it's quite good. to get that sharp action on that curveball. But the thing about his curveball, it's big, but it's not loopy. It's got a lot of bite to it.
Fastball is fought off foul. Popped into foul ground, caught by La Stella. One away. Got a note from Ed Hardig. George Decker is the last documented left-handed throwing second baseman to play for the Cubs franchise. One game back in 1897 against Baltimore. And he says documented because there were a couple of second basemen after Decker in which handedness is unknown. I like the mystery of it. Bell with an opposite field base hit. His second tonight. Ed also sent the note. Jimmy St. Vrain of the Cubs, who normally batted right-handed, once tried to hit lefty back in 1902 and supposedly ran to third when he hit the ball.
He ran to third? Just for fun?
So Bell will be removed. Pedro Florimo. It's going to be like this the rest of the week. 4, 5. McCutchen takes a curve for a strike.
I wonder if he's going to do some squat thrust out there in the bullpen. There's some mountain climbers.
To welcome all our viewers watching tonight on South Slope Telephone Company in North Liberty, Iowa. First, 1 out, 7-1 Pirates. See if they can turn it here. Not hit very hard. McCutchen will easily beat it out. In fact, no throw by Russell. McCutchen now at first, and it's Matt Joyce. The only thing really left for the Pirates, still doing the jumping jacks, is that Jared Hughes, is for them to try to finish over 500. They would have to go 5, let's see, 4-1, 5-0 to get to 82 and 80, and 4-1 to get to 500.
They head to St. Louis for the weekend. The important games for the Cardinals, so that'll be fun for the Pirates.
Now Jake Arrieta, unfortunately, his ERA on the year will end at 310. It was at 285. So it went up a quarter of a run tonight. Kawasaki again. Throw to first. Inning over. We go to the 7th. In Pittsburgh, Pirates 7, Cubs
1. You feel better about the food on your table when you know the meat is sourced from family farmers and is spiced using handcrafted seasonings. That's why our family is proud to provide the variety you want at your deli, including no antibiotics ever and organic meats. This is what we were founded on. Because at Dietz & Watson, we've always believed in quality above all else.
I joined the Army in July of '98. I did active duty 11 years and 2 in the reserve.
Our 18-year-old was in an accident. When I call USA, it was that voice asking me, is your daughter okay? That's where I felt relief.
It actually helped to know that somebody else cared and wanted to make sure that I was okay. That was really great.
We're the Rivera family, and we will be with USAA for life.
USAA. We know what it means to serve. Call today to talk about your insurance needs.
The 2016 Nissan Rogue. An IIHS top safety pick with intuitive all-wheel drive. Take on any road in Nissan Rogue, Murano, and Pathfinder with intuitive all-wheel drive. Get to your local Nissan store today for 0% financing for up to 72 months or get a low $189 per month lease on Rogue.
Well, let's have a little fun. You want to do some bizarro baseball tonight? Let's do it. Here's Ben Zobrist grounding out in the 6th to first. Okay? They went 3-1. But what if, let's just say, you had a left-handed throwing catcher and first base was where third base currently is. This is what that play would have looked like.
Get over there. That's kind of fun.
See, they say, if you're right-handed, writing occasionally with your left hand or brushing your teeth with the opposite hand, that adds to your creativity.
Oh, really?
Think of how creative baseball players would be if just for a day they were forced to reverse everything on the bases. Anthony Rizzo could play short. I love it. Ted Lilly once said that he would sit in his hotel room and watch baseball games in the mirror because he said, like John Smoltz, he watched him pitch. He said, I want to see what Smoltz would look like left-handed.
Only a left-hander would do that.
Jared Hughes is on for the Pirates.
And I fully embrace it. So we're gonna petition the commissioner's office on Left-Handers Day next year. This year, I don't know if it changes. August 13th was Left-Handers Day this year. I don't know if they move that around or if it's always August 13th. But we'll petition the commissioner's office and see if we can play backwards.
Hayward skies into short center. And it'll be Rodriguez, the shortstop, for the grab.
Register for the chance to purchase 2016 postseason tickets for potential games to be played at Wrigley Field. Go to Cubs.com/postseason to register and learn more about this postseason ticket purchase opportunity. The Cubs will conduct random drawings from among eligible fans who successfully complete the registration form. The registration period for NLCS ends at noon Friday, October 7th.
People, now, are you in favor of NASCAR having a race where every car turns right instead of left? No. We don't want to get someone severely injured. But think of how fundamentally that would change the game in terms of handedness. Two and one.
You know, and there's a lot of rationale out there over the years about why there aren't left-handed catchers. None of them really hold up when you think it through. I think it's one of those deals because there hasn't been. So there's not a lot of left-handed catchers mitts out, and kids don't catch. Left-handed kids just don't catch. I mean, there's certainly situations where the left-handed catcher would have a bit of a disadvantage. Throwing to third base clearly would be one. Tag plays at the plate, I think, would be an issue.
Well, righty throws to first.
Yeah. But
I think it's more about the framing. Don't you?
I think originally it was because of the throwing, and so they just didn't use them.
I think now it just would look so weird. There might be pitchers who would kind of freak out. You'd have to get used to throwing to a guy catching the ball with the other hand.
We need to have a movement at the younger levels to introduce it so that young players grow up used to it.
I'm with you. I love the idea. By the way, some changes for the Pirates beyond the pitcher. Floromon's playing second. Joyce is in right. Frazier now in left. Swing and a miss by Albert. It's 2-2.
Albert came off the bench last night, had 2 plate appearances, doubled and tripled. Rocket out there into the left center field, 400 some odd feet away. Joe Madden was asked about Albert before the game today by the writers, and is he in play for a potential spot on the postseason roster? And Joe said absolutely. Saw him in spring training. He was good when he was up earlier this year. He was good. His return in September, he's played well. Joe really likes his baseball instincts.
He draws the walk. Back to our graphic from our game open tonight.
Yeah, everybody's got their strengths, and so when you consider the postseason bench, these 3 guys, Matt Caesar in play, of course, and it looks like the Cubs are going to use 3 catchers, and likely will have 11 pitchers in that first round. And they all have strengths and weaknesses. Almora swinging it well. He's a tremendous defender. Coughlin has been absolutely locked in, and he's been playing solid defense. with Stella, although he's not having a lot of success as a pinch hitter this year, he's a guy you feel comfortable with setting up there late in the game for tough AB. It's a big arm. Matt Caesar has slipped back a little bit in terms of his performance of late, but he's done a real nice job this year. Was so good off the bench for a good chunk of the season. Be very disappointing for whoever does not make that postseason roster, but you have to remember there's a chance you could be added for the next round if the Cubs move on. And we got to get Soler back playing too. Make sure he's healthy.
Cubs hoping to see Jorge in Cincinnati. He's back in Chicago currently. Still with just 1 hit tonight. A home run by Rizzo in the first inning.
Yeah, you can see why the Pirates are so high on Jameson Tyone. good tonight. 6 innings, 1 hit, 1 run. He walked 3, which is uncharacteristic. Struck out 4.
By Hughes, and now Contreras requests. He's granted timeout.
Hughes listed at 6'7", 245. Played college ball at Long Beach State. He's been with the Pirates since 2011.
One and two. Zach Phillips, left-hander. Toward third, and it'll kick foul.
Is a high-energy guy, comes sprinting out of that bullpen when called into a ball game. Apparently likes to do jumping jacks.
Yeah, we found that information tonight.
Change-up.
Throw gets away. A run will score. Contreras to second. Now Moore to third. Russell's in. 7-2.
That was ugly. It was almost like Freese said, "Is this what I'm supposed to be doing?" And really, in reality, he never got the grip on the ball. And just pushed an errant throw over there. The comeback is on.
Here's Clint Hurdle. That'll be it for the righty Hughes. So still no hits in the inning, but the Cubs have scored a run. 7-2.
Did you just see that? That was awesome. We have to try it. Okay. Okay, mine's not working. Maybe you have to bump it. Oh yeah, do the bump it thing. Right. Okay. No.
You can take money out using the BMO Harris app.
You want to buy a hairless cat? There's a pet store down the street.
Cool.
I think she said BMO Harris app. Yeah, that makes more sense.
When your phone is your debit card, that's the BMO effect. BMO Harris Bank. We're here to help.
The Anthony Rizzo Family Foundation and the Bona family have teamed up to knock cancer out of the park. Order your Italian beef the Rizzo way, and Bona will donate to my charity. I'm proud to be working with the Cubs and the Bona family, 2 Chicago originals.
Order it the Rizzo way at your local Bona restaurant.
12 Days of Cubs continues tonight as CSN gets us ready for the postseason with 12 behind-the-scenes stories on your favorite team. Tonight, it's Beer Money with Anthony Rizzo, Part 1. He's been waiting all year to be part of this popular CSN game show. And by golly, it's finally his turn. And with special guest David Ross. All the hijinks, the hilarity. Tune into Sportsnet Central tonight. See how much fun they're having? Like Riz won some pants.
Zach Phillips. And a strike on Tommy La Stella. Hyundai called to the pen.
Now we saw Phillips the other night. He's on for the 7th time. Split time at AAA with mostly with the Orioles organization. And a little bit with the Pirates.
Base hit center field. 1 run is in. 2 will score. Cubs are inching back into this game, 7-4.
And the sloppy play opens up the door. Hit by pitch, walk, error. A 2-run single by La Stella. And gets that fastball down and lines it into center. Probably could have made second base had he taken a more aggressive round of first. With that high throw, he knows it can't be cut.
Cubs' first hit since the first inning. And it's Matt Caesar, and he fouls away. Cubs come all the way back. They'll do it with 5 position players who did not start this game. It's Almora, Contreras, La Stella, Caesar, and Kawasaki all getting some action tonight. Gets away. La Stella now in scoring position.
A whole lot of ugly going on here in this inning for the Pirates. A little wild pitch, but this is not a real good effort by Fryer.
Two. Bryant on deck.
Phillips originally a 23rd round pick of the Rangers back in 04. First came to the big leagues with the Orioles in 2011, 10 appearances. A little bit with the Marlins, spent some time in the White Sox organization.
And under the short, it's Rodriguez. That's the second out.
Got a lot of hair going on out there tonight, don't they? Deso and Phillips. Rodriguez. Clint managing hard.
Another pitching change in the 7th. Cubs trail 7-4.
We come from a land where A's aren't just handed out for effort. A land where we don't call it quits before it can be called finished. Where being outworked is out of the question. Where you'll always find dirt under our nails. And something special in our hands. McDonald's McCafe coffee is expertly roasted and freshly brewed just for you, so you can get a premium cup of coffee without the premium price. McDonald's is proud to be waking up Chicagoland for over 60 years.
In case you need anything, just give me a call.
P.O. Box 17. Of course I'm a real company.
You got the area code.
Everything your customers see tells a story. Let the UPS store help you tell the right one. From business cards and banners to expertly packed shipments to mailboxes with a real street address. Come in today for help.
Honda knows, in today's hectic world, it's good to leave everything behind. But when it comes to your car, you want to get everything you can. It's why we put a multi-angle rear view camera, text message reader, and dual zone climate control standard in every 2016 Accord. Nothing compares to a Honda. The Accord, the best-selling car in America.
Welcome back, folks. The Cubs are introducing a game-changing new premier experience at Wrigley Field with seats featuring prime views and access to an exclusive club. This will allow fans to enjoy Cubs baseball in a whole new way. Visit CubsPremier.com to join the Premier Client Priority List. If I wasn't otherwise engaged, I would sign up. Looks like fun.
Hyundai call to the pen brings on Juan Nicasio.
Nicasio was in the rotation earlier this year, lost that job, moved to the bullpen for the season. You see the numbers, 10-6, a 4.34 ERA, working for the 50th time. We saw him, I don't know, last night, the night before, sometime in this series. It's all blending together now. We've seen a lot of pitchers. Throws hard, mid-90s heater, and a slider. Last night, he worked in the ball game last night.
Bryant got jammed, and he'll be thrown out by Freeze. Cubs put up 3 runs on just 1 hit, and they're now within 3.
You know, for me, home is where life happens. And with the Magnolia Home furniture and accessories line, I really wanted to offer unique, timeless pieces that spoke to many different styles, that you would have fun mixing and matching. So when you blend all these styles together, it creates this inspiring space for your family to call home. I'm really excited to share with you my line, Magnolia Home furniture and accessories.
Available in stores now at Value City Furniture, or shop the entire collection at VCF.com.
When you were 8, you wanted to fly. When you were 13, to be a rock star. At 20, an artist. All these years later, you realize you had it right the first time. The 2016 Q50 from Infiniti. Lease the all-wheel drive Infiniti Q50 2-liter turbo for $319 a month, or finance at 0% APR at your Chicagoland Infiniti retailer.
So, can I see you again?
I'm free on Black Forest Ham Day.
There's a Subway 350 sub of the day to help you remember life's important days.
We got married in June.
On Tuna Day.
Every day a different 350 6-inch sub. Every day of the week. Every sub contains no artificial flavors. At just $3.50, it's a great sub at a great price.
Her name is Terry.
She was born on Sweet
Onion Chicken Teriyaki Day.
The 350 sub of the day. Every day of the week at Subway.
Time now for the PNC Bank upcoming schedule, the rest of the regular season. We'll be off to Cincinnati after tomorrow night for the final series of the regular season. Cubs will have 4 off days at home before opening the NLDS that's Friday.
That's a bit of an issue, having that much time off before returning to game action. So they'll do some simulated work, try to create live pitching opportunities for the hitters to face.
Pedro Strop here in the 7th.
See if he can cool off Rodriguez. Got 2 hits tonight. He scored a couple of runs. Just missed hitting a home run last time. Plan tonight, get Strop, Rondon, and Chapman into the game. Ouch. There's a warning being issued to Strop.
And I recall, was it earlier this year, Rodriguez was yelling at Pedro for the quick pitching?
That's correct.
So that could be related. Yeah.
Well, if you can hit somebody, that's the spot to do it. And to his credit, Rodriguez just takes his base.
Usually when you get hit in the wallet, it looks to be a purpose pitch. So, Jaso outside for a ball. 3rd appearance since coming back from the knee injury. 2 innings, 2 walks, no hits, 3 strikeouts combined. That's a strike on the outside corner. Ball well hit, deep center. Almora will have to play it off the wall. Rodriguez around 3rd will score easily. And Jaso will take off for 3rd. He was going to stop at 2nd. Throw gets away and fortunately stays in play. 8-4.
Well, if they give him a triple, it's a cycle.
I thought he was going to stop at 2nd.
Yeah, and I was surprised that he did. Man, is he locked in tonight. Crushes this ball straight away center field. Good read by Rodriguez. He was off to the races.
They're giving him a triple. It is a cycle. The first ever in this ballpark. Infield in. David Freese takes ball 1.
This ballpark hasn't been around that long, but that surprises me that this is the first cycle here, because the toughest part of the cycle, of course, is the triple. And this park should yield a fair number of 3 base hits.
One and one on David Freese. So Jaso singled in the 2nd, homered in the 4th, doubled in the 5th, and a 3-base hit.
And the ball hits off the wall, but just dies at the base of the wall.
Yeah, that, to me, it's fine. I don't have any problem with him giving him a triple, but when in doubt, give the guy the cycle. Swing and a miss, 1 and 2.
Because, you know, it wasn't like the throw was going home and he advanced on a throw home. It wasn't, you can't really charge an error there. He just read the throw and then went to 3rd base.
Right.
Well, he's clearly the man of the match.
5 RBIs for John Jaso tonight. One, 2 to Freese, swing and a miss. He got him on a slider for out number 1. It's the first Pirate to hit for the cycle since Darrell Ward, who later became a Chicago Cub, in St. Louis in 2004.
Darrell Ward also, for a long time, was the only guy to hit the ball into the water here on the fly. I'm not sure how many have done that. I mean, they have this Bucko Blast out here. I think that's home runs that end up in the water.
And some of them bounce.
Yeah, most of them bounce.
Kind of like Bumbles. And dropped by Contreras.
Anytime you can get a Yukon Cornelius reference in, it's good.
I don't even know if they put on the board that it was a cycle. Didn't feel like the fans necessarily acknowledged it. As Fryer could not hold up. 2-1. Chris Bryant, remember, had a 3-homer, 2-double night in Cincinnati earlier this season, the first of its kind in Major League history. And as we noted, that is more impressive and certainly much more rare than a cycle. It's still kind of a cool thing as Russell makes a nice backhanded play.
He sure is fun to watch play shortstop. Cat-like reflexes, great hands, the whole package. Every now and then the arm gets a little wayward on him.
Looks like that will be it for Strop. So it's 8-4 Pirates, bottom of the 7th. We'll be right back.
Combining home and auto can save you big. Talk to a State Farm agent today.
Did you just see that? That was awesome. We have to try it. Okay. Okay, mine's not working. Maybe you have to bump it. Oh, yeah, do the bump it thing. Right. Okay. Yeah.
You can take money out using the BMO Harris app.
You want to buy a hairless cat? There's a pet store down the street.
Cool.
I think she said BMO Harris app. Yeah, that makes more sense.
When your phone is your debit card, that's the BMO effect. BMO Harris Bank. We're here to help.
Hello?
What are you wearing, Jake from State Farm?
Are you serious? Not khakis. What are you wearing?
For fastballs, call me. For saving time and money, call State Farm.
You sound hideous.
Welcome back. Folks, there's still time to take a tour of beautiful Wrigley Field this season. Tours are available through October 5th and may include visits to the press box, visitors clubhouse, dugouts, as well as a chance to actually step on the field. This must-see Chicago attraction houses over 100 years of history. Book your tour at Cubs.com/tours today. We see them every day when we show up to the ballpark, sprinkled throughout the stands. The tour guides there do an outstanding job filling everybody in on the history of the ballpark.
Monday call to the pen. It's Hector Rondon. He gave up a couple of homers on Monday night. Joyce and Freeze got him in a Cubs blowout win. Alan Hansen will pinch hit. Switch hitter batting left. Chris Coughlin, Cubs telling the media, has a mild left ankle sprain. That's why he left the game earlier.
Hansen, just 23 years of age, middle infielder, good speed, switch hitter. He's from the Dominican Republic. That's a very American-sounding name, doesn't it? Alan Hansen. He's from La Romana in the DR.
Backhanded play, Russell, and he will get Hansen. Pirates get a run. It's 8-4 to the 8th.
Play hard, party hard. That's what I tell my players. When it's time to celebrate, I shop at Binny's Beverage Depot. Binny's is the official champagne provider of the Chicago Cubs. And like I coach the guys, if you can't find it at Binny's, it's probably not worth drinking.
If you feel like singing a song and you want other people to sing along, just sing what you feel. Don't let anyone say it's wrong. When there's a light, what light? When there's a light, what light? When there's a light, why light?
The Honda Take Home a CRV sales event is here with incredible deals. Loaded with standard features like Pandora compatibility, a multi-angle rear view camera, and plenty of cargo space. It's no wonder the CRV was named Kelley Blue Book's KBB.com Best Buy for 2016. Hurry into the Honda Take Home a CRV sales event and get a great deal today.
This beer is true to its roots. Brewed only in Golden, Colorado, and nowhere else, ever. Coors Banquet. That's how it's done.
Friday night, the Cubs open up their final regular season set of the year in Cincinnati against the Reds. Get ready for the game with Sports Talk Live at 5, followed by Bases Loaded at 5:30. Then at 6, we'll have the first pitch on CSN Chicago. Here's the Chris Coughlin injury from earlier tonight. He got his left foot caught in the padding on the left wall and tweaked his ankle, a mild sprain.
Yeah, that's good news. I mean, it's never good news when somebody's hurt, but you're thinking, oh, could he have twisted his knee? Could there be any kind of a little tear there? But mild ankle sprain. So, good information on Coughlin. Here comes Felipe Rivero, hard-throwing left-hander. They acquired him from the Nationals in a Mark Melanson deal. 1-5 with an ERA of 4.08. That doesn't really get to your attention, but his stuff certainly does, and he's punched out 90 in 75 innings of work.
Facing Munenori Kawasaki, 97 with some bite.
Yeah, he's pretty firm. Slider and a change to go with that good gas.
98, 1-1. First plate appearance tonight for Kawasaki.
You know, I don't know what Mark Melanson will command in the free agent market. I'm sure he'll do well, but Chapman's going to be out there. Kenley Jansen will be out there. It would be a pretty good coup for Neil Huntington if he could re-sign Melanson, having acquired this big power left-handed arm at the trade deadline this year. Speaking of power left-handed arms.
Foul tip, strike 3. Fedorovich. Strike 1 on Tim. Batting for Rondon. We will see Chapman in the bottom of this 8th inning.
That's a good changeup, boy. When you're geared up for 98, and he can command that changeup. It'll create some issues for a hitter.
Hayes hits center field. Here's Hayward. Walk and a steal in the second. Hit into a double play in the fourth. Infield pop out in the seventh. Will be caught. Well-tied grab by Frazier. Fedorovich back to first.
Nice play there by Frazier. He made the error at second base earlier in the ball game. Dropped a little pop-up. This time he closes quickly on the line drive.
Get a swing and a miss. Right field foul territory and out of play. Souvenir.
That was creating a lot of chaos there, that pop-up.
The field.
Yeah, and then they wouldn't have had a pitcher. That would have been a real issue. He shook to the inside fastball. He made his pitch, so he's feeling pretty good about things. Located his fastball where he wanted to, but it was just a little bit off the inside corner. Also putting up a good fight here. He did not play in the ball game last night. 0 for 4 the night before.
Sharply hit on the ground. Freeze will get it to second in time to end the inning. Midway in the 8th. Pirates lead game 3, 8-4.
Comparing midsize sedans? Here's what puts the Kia Optima ahead of the Nissan Altima. The Kia Optima has an available surround view monitor and turbo engine. The Nissan Altima does not. The 2016 Kia Optima is a KBB.com Best Buy Award winner. The Nissan Altima came up short there, too. Discover the next generation Optima. It's not your average midsize sedan. Hurry in during Kia's fall savings time and lease the Optima LX for $179 a month or get 0% financing.
Moving a 295-pound refrigerator is not easy. Moving your wife's 17th century colonial stemware collection is rarely easy. Moving Mr. Smooches is never easy. Fortunately, moving your favorite entertainment with DirecTV is always easy. Just one call before you move is all it takes. Done. The DirecTV Movers deal. Easy Now comes with bundles and equipment upgrades too. Call and ask about all the benefits today.
Time has come today at Berwyn Kia. Now's the time to save. Triple time savings on new Kia Fortes, Kia Rios, or the highest ranked compact multi-purpose vehicle in initial quality. The Kia Soul, your choice, only $12,795 or $149 per month. And bad credit is no problem because we own the bank. We look at your future, not your past. Time to get approved. Berwyn Kia on Harlem and Ogden, just north of I-55 or berwynkia.com.
Hi, I'm David Kaplan at our Comcast Sportsnet studios with this Sportsnet Central update presented by Bob's Discount Furniture, home of untouchable values. Later tonight, Cubs owner Tom Ricketts discusses the 5-year contract extension the club gave to President Theo Epstein. John Fox absent from Bears practice today. Plus, the Blackhawks take on the defending champion Penguins in the preseason opener at the United Center. It all comes your way on Sportsnet Central. Now we go back to Len and JD in Pittsburgh.
Thank you, Cap. We are back. The most popular way to follow the Cubs postseason push is with MLB.com at bat, the #1 app for live baseball. Enjoy game day, live game video highlights, StatCast, news, and more. Get MLB.com at bat on your favorite devices.
Here's the closer, Aroldis Chapman, just getting an inning of work with his team down.
Worked an inning on Monday. Also worked Sunday against St. Louis, but he has not been busy. He's just pitched 7 times here in the month of September. So you've seen Strop, Rondon, and now Chapman, and they will all pitch again on Saturday in Cincinnati. That's the plan anyway. So test your mettle for a young left-handed hitter. Any left-handed hitter for that matter. Yeah. But that's the report on Frazier. You know, good contact skills.
Swing and a miss. It's 1-2. Arrieta, Montgomery, Strop, Rondon, Chapman for the Cubs tonight.
Monday
for Jake.
Monday when Chapman worked, it was in that blowout game, and he was able to use a lot of sliders and changeups. Not the typical 90% heater outing we see from Chapman. Now for the year, he's thrown his fastball 82% of the time. In that outing, just half the time.
Tony Watson up in the Pirate bullpen. Called strike 3. So we'll bring up Pedro Florimon, switch hitter batting right-handed.
101 right on the edge. He's been on a nice roll. 8 innings pitched this month, 29 batters faced. He's allowed 1 hit, 4 walks, 13 punch-outs.
Foul tip. Two. Down holding.
Here's the 92-mile-an-hour changeup. Right off the end of the bat, maybe chipped it. He's going to go back and get another piece of timber here. Nope, that one doesn't work either.
Found one he liked. And he got a piece. Called strike 3, so a couple of strikeouts for Aroldis, both of the looking variety. That one at 103.
That was a pellet.
Tomorrow night at 10:30, join Brian Urlacher on the hard count. Hear his thoughts on Sunday's loss and what the Bears have to do to get in the win column this week against Detroit. Submit video questions for him to answer during the show using the hashtag #Ask54. The hard count featuring Brian Urlacher, presented by Restore, tomorrow at 10:30 on CSN Chicago.
This is 103 miles an hour, right on the knees. Hang with him.
Two.
I think Chapman could be a successful closer if he didn't throw his fastball.
I think you're right.
So that slider and that 90 to 92 mile an hour changeup with all the movement he gets with it. .104 with run. This is a 104 mile an hour wiffle ball.
Swing and a miss. Chapman fans his side, and we go to the ninth. 8-4 Pittsburgh.
We're Southwest, and we have one word for you. Yes. Yes to low fares with nothing to hide. Yes to rewards you can actually use. How you like us now? In a world full of no, we're a plane full of yes. That's transparency.
In Chicago, some things just go together, like front porches and blue W's, bricks and ivy, Waveland Avenue and souvenirs, Jake and State Farm. Like home and auto insurance with State Farm, they just go together, and they save you time and money. Just another way we're here to help life go right. Talk to a State Farm agent today.
Good or better? The Hyundai Santa Fe Sport versus the Ford Edge.
Should we be wearing helmets?
The Santa Fe Sport has an available multi-view camera system and auto emergency braking. The Edge? No. And no.
Hey, what's with the axe?
And only the Hyundai is backed by America's best warranty.
No. I'm out.
Better is the reason to buy Hyundai.
And this is the reason to buy now. Lease the Santa Fe Sport for a limited time for only $189 a month. Visit buyhyundai.com.
Toast to the game presented by Binny's Beverage Depot. Don Jaso, first Major League player to hit for the cycle in this ballpark. Single, homer, double. Need one more, John. Here's the triple. Binny's Beverage Depot is the official champagne provider of the Chicago Cubs.
Pretty good day at the office there for Jaso. Cubs managing just 3 hits. Tyone was very good tonight. The bullpen has done their thing, and now Tony Watson in to save it. He took over as the closer with the trade of Mark Melancon to the Nationals.
Mora Jr. takes a strike on a fastball.
So the rookie Michael Fulmer in contention to win the ERA title in the American League, but he's going to come up a little bit short in terms of innings pitched. I think he needed to go 6 and change tonight. He went 3 1/3.
That's too bad.
Some kind of a weather delay in Detroit. Tigers lead the Indians 6-3. It's a big 3-run home run from Miguel Cabrera.
It's pretty good.
That lead. Got a chance.
Two balls, 2 strikes. Not a safe spot for Watson. His team leading by 4.
That low 3/4 delivery gets pretty good run and sink on his fastball. Has a real good changeup.
Oh, strike 3. Hefty home run time. Anthony Rizzo just got it over the Clemente wall in the first inning for number 32 on the year. Rizzo watching from the bench at this point. Hughes, Phillips, Nicasio, Rivero, now Watson for the Pirates. Driven to center. McCutcheon will not get there to one-hop the wall. Contreras has a double. He can hit.
Yeah, he's hit a lot of balls hard here lately, hasn't he? Well, you find with most big league hitters, they've got very strong hands. So you can get that when you shake hands with Contreras.
Ball one to La Stella. Pirates looking to end a 4-game losing streak and the Cubs 3-game win streak. McCutcheon will make the play. Go out number 2.
Pirates looking to win here in their home ballpark for just the 5th time in the last 22 ball games. It's been a real slide for them here at home. It's been a big part of the story here, as it has been in St. Louis.
Strike to Caesar. Oh, 2. Johnson's got a little funk in his delivery. Seems to hide the ball well. Should do it. And appropriate, John Jaso. The guy to record that final out. He'll probably keep the game ball as well. He hit for the cycle tonight. And the Pirates beat the Cubs for only the 4th time this season.
Jaso, he would earn some Stargell stars here tonight with that performance he had, leading for the cycle. He and Tyon leading the way for the Pirates. I guess the big news for the Cubs tonight is just a tough night for Arrieta after pitching so well last time out. So he's still got some work to do to kind of lock in.
Well, join us Friday from Cincinnati for the opener against the Reds. Live coverage begins at 5 with Sports Talk Live here on CSN. And now for JD and our entire crew here in Pittsburgh. Glenn Casper with your final score once again. It is the Pirates 8, the Cubs 4. Stay tuned. Blue Cross Blue Shield Cubs post-game live is next.
It's SUV season from Ford. The best time to get into a new Escape, Edge, or Explorer with features that keep you connected. And with SiriusXM, enjoy 150 channels of commercial-free music, plus sports, entertainment, news, and comedy. That's how you become America's best-selling brand. Now get an Edge or Explorer with 0% financing for 60 months, plus $1,750 bonus cash, or lease a 2017 Escape for just $199 a month.
When a moment turns romantic, why pause to take a pill? or stop to find a bathroom. Cialis for daily use is approved to treat both erectile dysfunction and the urinary symptoms of BPH, like needing to go frequently, day or night. Tell your doctor about all your medical conditions and medicines and ask if your heart is healthy enough for sex. Do not take Cialis if you take nitrates for chest pain or Adempus for pulmonary hypertension, as it may cause an unsafe drop in blood pressure. Do not drink alcohol in excess. Side effects may include headache, upset stomach, delayed backache, or muscle ache. To avoid long-term injury, get medical help right away for an erection lasting more than 4 hours. If you have any sudden decrease or loss in hearing or vision, or any symptoms of an allergic reaction, stop taking Cialis and get medical help right away. Ask your doctor about Cialis and a $200 savings card.
This beer gets straight to the point. It looks you in the eyes and firmly shakes your hand. Coors Banquet. That's how it's done.
This may look like just a car driving down the road, but the Camry is so much more. It's the product of over $1 million an hour of research and development to enhance its cutting-edge features. We worry about every single detail, so by the time it gets to you, there's nothing left to worry about. Tested, trusted Toyota. Lease a new 2017 Camry with zero due at signing, or get 0% APR for 72 months plus $500 bonus cash. Find yours at buyatoyota.com. Toyota, let's go places.
Cubs baseball on CSN Chicago is brought to you in part by Southwest Airlines. Transparency, low fares, nothing to hide. Your Chicagoland and Northwest Indiana Honda dealers, as reliable as the cars themselves. Xfinity X1 will change the way you experience TV. Audi, truth in engineering. Menards, save big money at Menards. And by Toyota, discover more in a Toyota. Visit buyatoyota.com or your local Toyota dealer today. Let's go places. This is Cubs Postgame Live, presented by Blue Cross Blue Shield of Illinois.
Cubs struggle tonight with the Buccos. Pirates finally beat the Cubs, and they rough up Jake Arrieta in a big way. 8-12-2 is a whole lot better than 4-4-0. Cubs fall big time to the Pirates in Pittsburgh. He's Todd Hollinsworth. I'm David Kaplan. Hello and welcome in to Cubs Postgame Live, presented by Blue Cross Blue Shield. Let's take a look at our Elk Grove pitching recap, because Jake just wasn't very good tonight. Look at the numbers, and he had a chance to be, in rare air. Guys don't go 3 straight years with a sub-3 ERA, and the ERA is going to balloon up over 3 in his last start of the regular season. He lasted 5 innings. He threw 103 pitches. Just didn't have great location.
No, absolutely did not. Incredible streakiness with Jake Arrieta. Absolutely dominated the Pirates through the early part of his career. In fact, his first 11 starts against them, 8-1. Now, his last 3 starts, he's given up 6 earned runs or more, including tonight, 7 earned runs. Just fat pitches. There wasn't a whole lot of life on his ball tonight. Very, very odd. When there was, it was things like that right there that are easy takes for hitters. The Pittsburgh Pirates have changed the game plan. I couldn't help. But again, it's about the 3rd time this year, Cappy, I've thought about this. Remember the wild card game last year, right? And where we are now and what area it is with this Pirates team, they've kind of got his number right now. They've put together some good at-bats against him. You see the 10 hits. 7 earned runs, 103 pitches. They not only made him work, but at the same time, there were some mistakes out there. They put good wood on him, went the other way, stayed inside the baseball, and of course, he did help them out at times with some wildness. Yeah, he did, and he gave up a bunch of hits to John Jaso. So, are you at all concerned about? There's the 3-run home run. All concerned about Jake going into his first start in the playoffs? Just a teeny bit, because again, we're at the point of the season, Cappy, where it's dot the I's and cross the T's. I mean, you want to finish on a good note. You said it last night about John Lackey. I'm going to say it tonight against Jake Arrieta. You're going to say it with the rest of our starters the rest of the way. You want to end on a good note. You want to feel good about how you finish. But at the same time, he's had a great year, and there's enough time between today and his start in this postseason to get right in the mind, get right in the mechanics. Whatever we need to discuss, he can find a way. Again, that's probably the bigger conversation, is the layoff.
All right, UPS Store taking care of business. Player of the game, it's John Jaso. First player to hit for the cycle in PNC Park history. Singled in the 2nd. He homered, as you've already seen once. We'll show it to you again in the 4th inning. And, I mean, he turned and burned on that one. That ball was smoked.
You look at where these pitches are, Cappy. Again, that's a hanging curveball. I have not seen Jake throw that pitch. I mean, obviously, for obvious reasons. It's a hanger, right? That's a fastball up in the zone. Doesn't get in. Doesn't have the movement.
The double that one hops the wall in right field. That'll plate another run. And then he needs the triple to hit for the cycle. And there's some question, should this be a triple? Should it be scored a double? That ball is smoked the base of the wall. And now Jaso's going to kind of slow up around third, and then he heads over, and they're going to call that a triple, so he gets the cycle.
I don't know. I know there's been some conversation about it. I've already heard it out loud. I don't know if it bothers me so much. It's just a reflection of a nice ball game. He got some pitches to hit. He did something with it. He was the big guy in the Pirates lineup that did a lot of the damage. Does it bother you that he gets the cycle tonight? I don't care.
Exactly.
I mean, it really doesn't bother me that much. He had a nice game. Whether he gets a triple or a double right there, I know it's probably a little bit more historical, but all things considered, he had a great game. It's still a double.
Tip your cap. He had a great game.
He had one of those kinds of games against the Cubs tonight, and that's the game changer. He is your game changer and player of the game. Simple.
Got a bad haircut, but he had a great night.
You call that a haircut?
Yeah, that's bad. Last night, your key was don't get hurt. Well, bottom of the fifth, Sean Rodriguez. It's coming. You'll see it. Sean Rodriguez. There's Coghlan showing you some really good leather. And then here, Sean Rodriguez is going to rope one to the base of the wall. And Chris Coghlan just comes down awkwardly. You know, we saw Wilson Ramos come down awkwardly at the plate and blow an ACL. Right. You get very concerned as Coghlan's trying to get that. He's off balance. He rolls his ankle. It is a mild ankle sprain, not a high ankle sprain. He's able to walk off under his own power. They'll ice it, they'll treat it, and they believe that he's day-to-day.
Yeah, it's a good sign right there, seeing him walk off the field. Of course, you're going to have to deal with this tomorrow. It's not what you see right now as far as the end result. We got to see how he is tomorrow, how much that ankle swells up. So I'm sure they got ice wrapped around it. Keep it compressed, see where it ultimately goes. Bottom line is this. You want your boys to play hard, but at the same time, be careful.
Exactly. Don't be diving into first base. We'll be right back. Cubs Post Game Live continues, presented by Blue Cross Blue Shield.
Cubs Post Game Live is presented by Blue Cross Blue Shield of Illinois. Through it all.
If you feel like singing a song and you want other people to sing along, just sing what you feel. Don't let anyone say it's wrong. When there's a light, what light? There's a light. What light? There's a light. White light.
We are the Coors Brewing Company, and our mountain is brewing the world's most refreshing beer. A beer proud enough to wear our name in big, red, scripted letters. That's why we lager, filter, and package cold. Because we believe every climb deserves a refreshing finish. Whatever your mountain, climb on.
Hi, how can I help you?
I got this. We're looking for something safe and spacious, has a rear view camera, and streaming audio for me to get my jam on.
How about a Honda CRV? Named Kelley Blue Book's KBB.com Best Buy for 2016.
My work here is done.
Get a great deal on the Honda CRV, named the Kelley Blue Book's KBB.com Best Buy for 2016. Only at the Honda Take Home a CRV sales event.
Why jump out of a perfectly good airplane? Why not? Chicagoland Skydiving Center was voted the best in the U.S. with a perfect safety record, a one-of-a-kind environment, and round-trip shuttle service from downtown Chicago. Come experience the greatest adventure in the area. Chicagoland Skydiving Center in Rochelle. Visit us at perfectlygoodairplanes.com.
Won't miss that. Won't miss that. Won't miss that. Won't miss that.
I will too miss that.
No, you won't miss that. When you move with DirecTV, your favorite entertainment goes with you from coast to coast on all your devices. Now keep moving. The DirecTV Movers Deal, now with bundles and equipment upgrades too. Call and ask about all the benefits today.
Why fly O'Hare when you can fly NJet? NJet, Chicagoland's choice of jet charter service. Just drive up, take off. For a quote, visit n-jet.com. untitled.com or fly 888-FLY-NJET. Call 888-FLY-NJET. Time now for our Four Seasons Heating, Air Conditioning, and Plumbing. Who's hot and who's not? Terry Cortez, our great director. Who's hot in their career against Ivan Nova, tomorrow's starter for Pittsburgh? Mark Trumbo hitting .476 with 3 bombs. Who's not? Justin Smoke Brutal. .11 with 5 punch-outs. All right, Fields Auto Group built Joe Madden a signature Madden vehicle with a unique baseball theme. And in October, that 4x4 will be raffled off. To find out how to get a raffle ticket for this great event, only 3,000 will be sold. Visit fieldsauto.com. And we want to thank the great people at Papa John's for feeding our crew today. Papa's new pan pizza, handcrafted by pizza makers with fresh, never frozen, original pan dough without artificial ingredients or preservatives. New pan pizza available at participating Papa John's restaurants starting September 26th and nationwide October the 10th. You can get Papa John's new pan pizza with 3 toppings, just $10. Order online at papajohns.com. So thanks again. Honda winning box score. This one belongs to the Pirates. And you see a couple hits for Josh Bell, their good young player. A couple knocks for Sean Rodriguez. No water coolers punched. And John Jaso, a huge day. 4 for 4. Hit for the cycle. Drove in 5. David Freese had a knock. Eric Fryer had a couple of hits. Jamison Tyon pitched very well. Time for our Blue Cross Blue Shield key to the game. Holly Town 28.
Well, pretty much. We talked about it last night. That's going to be the key for the rest of the season. Don't get hurt. Chris Coughlin, hope you're well and getting that swelling out of your ankle. Finish strong. Jake Arrieta. Knew coming into this one that he had a couple rough ones. Now, he was coming off a good start, but had a couple rough ones against the Pirates. It's just that idea that you want to finish on a good note. That did not happen tonight, so I completely missed on our key. Was certainly looking for a little bit more.
All right, big story from earlier this afternoon is the Cubs have announced a 5-year contract extension for team president of baseball ops Theo Epstein. Negotiations had started back at spring training. Deal was finally reached on Saturday. Your thoughts?
Well, I'm excited for the organization. I mean, he has built exactly what you thought he was going to build. It's what we wanted to turn into, so obviously a world championship, but at the same time, a team that contends year in and year out. We've seen that over the last 2 years. Believe over the next 5 years, we're going to see absolutely that much more of it. We're going to go to spring training, January, February, and get excited for this team because they are going to be contenders. That is the goal. He's established that. It's in play.
All right, and they're saying it's worth $50 million. God bless you, Theo. Thanks for watching Cubs Postgame Live, presented by Blue Cross Blue Shield of Illinois. Stay tuned. Chicago Fire Soccer is coming up next. We'll see you on Friday.
When you were 8, you wanted to fly. When you were 13, to be a rock star. At 20, an artist. All these years later, you realize you had it right the first time. The 2016 Q50 from Infiniti. Lease the all-wheel drive Infiniti Q50 2-liter turbo for $319 a month, or finance at 0% APR at your Chicagoland Infiniti retailer.
The conference call, the ultimate arena for business. Hour after hour of diving deep, touching base, and putting ducks in rows. The only problem with conference calls, eventually they have to end. Unless you have the Comcast Business Voice Edge mobile app. It lets you switch seamlessly from your desk phone to your mobile with no interruptions. I've never felt so alive.
Get the future of phone, and the phones are free. Comcast Business, built for business.
How would you sum up this car in one word?
Swanky.
Sexy. Sexy.
Luxurious.
Classy. Fast. Sporty. Shop. Innovative. Sleek luxury sedan.
Okay, that's more than one word.
This is the all-new 2016 Chevy Malibu. That's impressive.
Where's the local dealer around here?
Qualified lessees can get this 2016 Chevy Malibu LT for around $199 a month. Plus, find your tag to get an additional $500 lease cash on select Malibu vehicles in stock.
In Chicago, some things just go together, like front porches and Blue W's, bricks and ivy, Waveland Avenue and souvenirs, Jake and State Farm. Like home and auto insurance with State Farm, they just go together, and they save you time and money. Just another way we're here to help life go right. Talk to a State Farm agent today.
The 2016 Nissan Rogue. an IIHS top safety pick. With intuitive all-wheel drive. Take on any road in Nissan Rogue, Murano, and Pathfinder with intuitive all-wheel drive. Get to your local Nissan store today for 0% financing for up to 72 months or get a low $189 per month lease on Rogue.
Jonathan Campbell, after a one-match break, back with the boys, poised to make his 26th start this season tonight against Seattle. The Sounders, coming off a 4-2 dismantling of Los Angeles, will pose a large challenge for the Lion and the rest of the men in red. Perfect day in the Seattle area, now ready for a little soccer between the Sounders and the Chicago Fire. The nightcap on this Major League Soccer night, finishing off 5 games this evening with this East versus West meeting. Always great to be next to Frank Klopas. I'm Dan Kelly. Welcome to Seattle, where the Chicago Fire face a daunting challenge this evening because Seattle, they're soaring, and the playoffs are motivating them right now.
Definitely, Dan. They're coming off a huge victory against LA. Coming into this game with a lot of confidence. Games in hand, must-win situation. They're trying to climb over that red line to get that last playoff spot. But for me, so much to play for this Fire players and for the team in order to finish the season in a positive way.
Yeah, and a chance to prove themselves to head coach Veljko Paunovic and general manager Nelson Rodriguez down to the final 5 games. And after tonight, all against teams they're very familiar with in the Eastern Conference.
100%. And I mean, you're never out of it. I know it's crazy to say because they're so far behind right now. But I think, again, it's important. Every game they try to improve as a team, and I think the remaining of the season and the schedule is so crucial for them to play and finish the season in a positive way like I talked about.
take control of your personal and financial future, then get ready. Because Dan Merrill, the star of A&E's hit TV show Flip This House, one of the most successful real estate investors in the country, and America's #1 real estate investing expert, has one heck of an opportunity for you. Dan is hosting a one-of-a-kind free 2-hour real estate wealth building workshop where you will learn his 3-step system for getting started flipping homes and buying and holding income properties right here in Chicago.
The system can work for you even if you don't have any money or experience. Now, if you have money and you're comfortable right now, in my opinion, there's no better place to invest than in real estate. And at the event, you're going to be introduced to a couple strategies you can use to build monthly passive income, including one strategy where you can earn up to 16 to 18% interest on your money, supported by United States law and backed by real estate. It's a killer strategy.
Nothing even comes close to the events that Than and his team put on. They are information packed and have helped me so much.
Over the course of this show, you're going to see examples of the 31 real estate deals that I have going on right now, like the one behind me that I'll be selling in just a few days. At my events, you're also going to see examples of people who are making money in your backyard using my system. That's why these live events are so valuable, because you're going to be learning what is working right now in today's market, as opposed to outdated information from a book written 3 years ago. However, if you sit around and wait, you're going to miss the absolute best window of opportunity to make money. Right now, I'd like to give you the opportunity to get 2 tickets to the upcoming 2-hour training event for free before they're gone.
Listen up, Chicago. If you're looking to make more money and take control of your personal and financial future, then get ready. Because Dan Merrill, the star of A&E's hit TV show Flip This House, one of the most successful real estate investors in the country, and America's #1 real estate investing expert, has one heck of an opportunity for you. Dan is hosting a one-of-a-kind free 2-hour real estate wealth building workshop where you will learn his 3-step system for getting started flipping homes and buying and holding income properties right here in Chicago. At this event, you will learn exactly how you can do this without needing money, credit, or any prior experience. Than's system has created thousands of success stories around the country and helped numerous people make money and change their financial futures forever. When you attend this live event, you will discover 5 untapped and consistent sources of properties Than and his students have been buying for significantly under market value that the general public doesn't know about. You'll also learn about a nationwide source of wealthy cash buyers Than and his students flip these properties to. When you register and attend, you'll also get Than Merrill's Money Resource Guide that shows you the 7 best sources of money you can utilize to flip real estate using little or none of your own money or credit. This resource guide addresses the #1 problem most people have, which is how to get the money for your deal